All right, good evening. This is Peter Pingator. I am the chair of the Community Preservation Committee, and this is our duly noticed meeting of Wednesday, March 2nd, 2022. As we have been doing for the last 2 years almost, we are meeting remotely. For those of you who are, for those of you who are trying to access this meeting, you can access it through the Zoom app link and other information that is part of the agenda, which has been noticed and posted with the town clerk. So first, as is our custom, I'll begin by confirming all members and our staff members can hear me and I can hear them. So when I call your name, please respond in the affirmative. And we will use it as a roll call as well. And we'll go in alphabetical order. Joe Barnes.
Here.
Artie Crocker.
You muted, Artie.
Here. Sorry.
All right. Bob Dermody.
Here.
Laura Dorfman.
Here.
Reg Foster.
Here.
Chris Gerstle.
Here.
Jean McKnight.
Here.
Rick Zimbone.
Here.
Okay. And Kristen Wright, our staffer tonight, sole staffer.
Present.
Okay, and I am Peter Pingator. As I said, I am the chair and I am present. As I previously noted, this meeting is being held remotely pursuant to the March 12th, 2020 state of emergency action by Governor Baker, and it has since been extended by legislative action to April 1, 2022, and it allows us to meet remotely. And as I said, you can follow along by finding the Zoom app address at our website, at the town's website, where our agenda has been posted. Please note that the meeting's been recorded, and there is participation by video conference. So please do not screen share, and remember that anything you broadcast may be captured by the recording. As for the meeting materials, I believe all of them has been distributed prior to the meeting. And we will note, as best I can, we'll note what has or has not been posted on the town's website, but I think the meeting materials have been distributed by CPC to CPC members in advance of the meeting. We will follow our usual ground rules. We will have our agenda items, and then we will go in alphabetical order with each member invited by name to provide any comment, question, amendments to motions, etc. We'll do that for one round, and then from there we do kind of a quick fire round. Remember to mute your phone or computer when you're not speaking if you've got background noise. And remember always, whenever you speak, to identify yourself by name. I will either do it or you can do it. And remember too, that all votes will be done by roll call. So let me begin I'll start with the chairman's updates. And I think what I'll do is use this as a forum to kind of talk about what I hope to accomplish tonight. I've distributed to you 2 documents, among others. One is kind of a list of priorities, potential priorities in assessing our community preservation applications in light of or in connection with the limited number of funds and the amount of dollars asked by each of the applicants. So the first longer document, if you will, was my effort at, it's a bit of a compilation of what people have provided to me, synthesized a bit by me, and then finished with some notes about what other factors we should or should not be considering. I have this other document called a version 2, and what that was my effort at trying to further synthesize and consolidate the principles and factors that we're trying to apply. And my hope would be that we would have a shorter version of factors to consider to present at our public hearing so that we could provide the public with a framework for discussing how to assess priorities when we have limited funds. I guess I'm giving away, I buried one issue, which is I think in our public hearing, although we traditionally just review our applications. One of the things we did last year was we reviewed our applications and we reviewed our proposed financial summaries or our financial plan, because we doubled our contribution to the reserve fund for the housing, for community housing last year, and we sought public input in connection with that. I anticipate I think that part of our planning that we've done has been an assumption that we're going to continue to double the contribution to the Community Housing Reserve Fund. And so in light of that, it's a year-to-year request. That's part of our financial warrant. And I think it's fair to the public and to the process to have that be a consideration of a subject of discussion at our public hearing. So that in kind of connection with that, I think would be some input from the public about a conversation about, we've got some big demands for money here and going forward, and what are the factors that we should be considering. What these are the factors, this is a framework that we're working with. We'd like your input, I think, within the framework of the considerations that we articulate. Okay, that's kind of the way we can accurately assess, I think, the public's input. So that's how I anticipate dealing with those two documents. Okay, now let me jump all the way forward and say what I think we need to come out of this meeting with tonight, given our schedule, is that we need some sense of what we're going to spend and what we're going to allocate, general parameters of what we're going to allocate to these competing interests, so that we can go to Dave Davidson next week, our finance director, and ask him to begin to construct a model. Now, it doesn't have to be set in stone, and we can do it with some broad parameters, but we're going to be meeting with him. I'm going to be meeting with him along with Rick Zambone on next Monday. And we want to give him some information based on everyone's input tonight, a sense of the committee, if you will, on that financial issues, so that he can begin to build a model. Then the next thing coming up for me is that as chair, I have to consult with the select board. And that's coming earlier than I preferred, but I think in connection with what we're dealing with this year, or as a result of what we're dealing with this year, earlier may be better. And that is happening next Tuesday. So what I've traditionally asked for is a sense of the committee on all of the articles. Again, not binding. We're still in the middle of the process. We have a public hearing. We have consultation with FinCom, but a sense of the committee so that we can brief the select board and seek consultation from them on the pending applications. So what I'd like to do in coming out of this, the finished product coming out of this meeting would be, what are our broad parameters on financial issues and what we're going to spend on housing, park and rec, and historic preservation / Emery Grover, so that Dave Davidson can build his model. Second, what's the sense of the committee on each of these applications? A sense of the committee of each applications. Last year, we actually had ranges of numbers for Emery Grover, and I communicated that to the select board. From there, we on a secondary level of priority is preparation for our public hearing. Our public hearing is going to be on the 16th, and we have next Wednesday to get to tighten everything up so that we are well prepared for our town meeting, for our public hearing. Okay. But we're going to be doing a lot of the groundwork of what we need for our public hearing tonight, because we're going to be reviewing the applications, adding some additional information, having a discussion about those applications in connection with priorities, and having a discussion of those applications in terms of a sense of the committee for my communications to the select board. So do you see what I'm trying to accomplish and what I think we should do? All right, sorry for speaking so much. Okay, so now I think that what I'd like to do is the discussion on the CPC applications. I think it makes sense to put those behind the issue of the discussion of the CPC financial priorities. So we can, because we'll apply those financial priorities loosely or otherwise in connection with our review of the CPC applications for updates, questions, comments, etc. Okay, does that make sense to folks? Yes. Okay, I take it as a yes. All right. So now I think what we need.
Chair, Jean
Sure.
has her hand up.
Yes,
Sorry,
you
Jean,
said
sorry.
that you, there was a longer list, and I believe that was sent out by Kristen. But then you said you had a revised list.
Sure.
Did others get that? I didn't get it. The other revised list of priorities is
It came out just before the meeting, Gene.
It came out later in the day, Jean. I apologize.
At
I-
5:45, Jean.
Okay,
Okay.
I'll look for it. Thank you. I'll look for it.
Okay, so why don't we start by, I'll quickly kind of scroll through and we'll get everybody's input. And then I'll scroll through you know what I'll do is I'll scroll through the first and the second simultaneously because you kind of get a sense of where I want to go. And then we'll get everybody's input on them. Okay, makes sense? All right. Okay. So the first document we want to open is factors for consideration, and it's called for CPC discussion purposes only. Just
Mr.
bear
Chair,
with me.
would you like
Yes.
me to share that?
Oh, you know what? That would be great. That would make my life easier. Let's do it that way. Will you share it? Great.
Sure. Can everyone see that?
Okay.
Yeah, you could actually make it even smaller.
Oh, yeah.
That's good.
Okay. So what do you, and you'll scroll down as I go through it. Is that what you'll do? Okay. So I think the first principle that everybody was mentioned was that we should be applying the principles that were set forth in the Needham CPC plan, those subjective factors that we have in the Needham CPC plan itself. I didn't completely test these by looking them side by side with the subjective factors that are in the plan. I will admit that, and I was operating somewhat from memory. Some of them jumped out at me as obviously in the plan, and I think I noted that when I did. And so I'm just going to quickly go through them and explain them, and then I'll show you how I came to a shorter list. So and these are not in order of priority. These are okay. These are factors. Demonstrated need, and that is there data to support the request? Is it data driven? Next one, community impact. And these are kind of clumped together, right? Because they came from three different ways, but greatest number served by funding the project, individual impact, greatest good if the project is funded. So there could be a very few number of people who are impacted on it, but it may serve a great good. And then societal impact, which is greatest need being met, kind of urgency and priority in terms of what the community views as urgent or what is a priority. One thing that has come up repeatedly is leverage, financial leverage, and it's come up in two different ways: measuring other sources of funds, non-CPC or non-Needham tax-based funds used to fund in part the project. So if it's a town project, is this going to be fully funded by CPC? Is it going to be partially funded by CPC? And then the other one is other sources of funds that are unlocked by CPC funding of the project. So an example of that would be the housing authority projects, where if you give us X, we will be able to get a multiple of X. Okay, that's unlocking funds. Whether the request is part of the town capital plan. Sometimes there's a stray plan that application that comes in. I don't think that we had that this year, But I guess another way of looking at it is, has the project been appropriately vetted? I point that out because a lot of projects that come up through the town are vetted through our capital plan process. Projects that come in from outside the town, they're traditionally not carried in the town capital plan. That's when you'll see that we end up giving a higher level of scrutiny. And I think we do that in part because they haven't gone through the normal vetting process that projects go through when they're placed on the town capital plan. Next factor people have talked about, readiness of the project. Is it baked or half baked? You know, what there are some examples of that this year. I don't need to go into detail. I don't want to prejudice the process, if you will. Timing, whether the project can be deferred. We talked a lot about that last week. Urgency, whether it has to be done now, whether there's time to wait or there's no time to wait. The consequences of not funding the project. You know, will there be funding from another source, or will the project die, or can we not answer that question? And then what's the likely consequence of funding the project? And I think I'll admit that I put that in there. Maybe it was a little fuzzy, but I was thinking about long-term financial impact of things. When you bond projects over a long term, we have to look at what the likely consequences of that are. And then likely success that the project, if funded by CPC, will achieve its stated goals. The other factor is public input. What are the priorities of the community? And then there are a whole bunch of other subjective factors that people talked about in our prior meeting and in individual communications with me, issues of equity, fairness. We talked about honoring Needham community norms. That I just want to unpack that. That has to do with things like, well, we always had a public pool, so the public pool is a good thing because that's a good thing for our town, because that's what we've always had. Okay, just so you understand that. And then worthiness, you know, that is, you know, and I think that is really goes to the question of equity and fairness, but you know, that's a gut feeling. Is this the right thing to do? And then I finished with some other questions that I thought we should just discuss, and then we can kind of pivot from them, or kind of get them out of the way. And that is, we've talked a bit about the historical analysis and that there's been a disparity in funding between Park and Rec and open space and historic resources. We've gone through that. We spent some time dealing with that last year. That was one of the reasons that drove us to double our reserve fund funding for the housing, the community housing reserve fund. And the question that I have is, well, because there's some input about this, should the expenditures even out generally? Should it be equal? Should we be addressing a historic disparity? Or are our decisions really driven by priorities expressed in real time? That is, you know, when we had CPC in the beginning, we all understood as a community that we were going to be using it at that time to fund the preservation of town hall, the rehabilitation of town hall. Those are kind of decisions made in real time. And so should this, if our priorities are shifting now, let's just make an assumption. So is this just the past is the past? We have some different priorities, but we don't, you know, I guess I put that in there because I want us to talk about that, because I think that's going to be an issue at the public hearing. Okay. And then kind of a broader question of, you know, is it functioning as intended? And I guess this kind of goes to some of our members over the last 24 months or 36 months, kind of, you know, asking, well, what is the purpose of CPC? And is this project just being created or sandwiched in here for this reason? Or what is the purpose of CPC? Are we just the capital fund for some particular department of the town? And so those are kind of broader questions of, is this functioning as it's intended? And if not, should we be making some decisions of priorities based on that? Okay. And I just want to note too, which is the act itself is very flexible. And different participating towns have used CPC funds for different priorities over the years. Rick Zambone did a lot of research on this question, and you may recall from last year when he made his presentations about increasing the reserve fund allocation on housing, that he pointed out that towns made priorities in very different ways. 80%, I think, was the number that he pointed out, was of the Cambridge CPC funds were used for community housing. So it's a flexible act that can be used for a lot of different purposes. I point that out because it may just be that our priorities have changed, and it may be that maybe we aren't misusing the funds. Maybe we have some different sets of priorities. Okay. I'm not answering that question one way or the other. It's open to discussion. And then this is one of those questions, I think, I'll be honest with you, is one of my questions, which is, well, what is our goal here? If we believe in CPC and some of us are historic preservationists and some of us are advocates for community housing, and some of us are open space advocates and want to provide park and rec facilities for our town. And we see this as a vehicle, a program for doing that. Or should we be assessing and addressing, making decisions based on the political viability of the program? You know, should we ensure that we take steps in some way in our funding decisions that would ensure the political viability? I don't know the answer to that question, but I thought that was something to consider. And finally, to the last points about participation by our town government, one of which is, but I think this was expressed by one member, we should have town departments that are submitting multiple applications, prioritizing if we're all competing for the same dollars. That's point number one. And then the second point, when I raised the final point, which is we get FinCom and Select Board input. Should the planning department be playing some role or provide input in the process? In other towns, the planning department is the staffing agency for CPC. So in other towns, the planning department plays a much more active role. And so question is, these are professional planners. Should they be involved all the time with our decisions? Because we are kind of spending money in ways that affect the planning of the town. And then last, I want to just point out a couple sub-CPC members, rather than listing out factors, basically prioritize, and I think in a sense using subjective factors that they're aware of in our prior discussions and pivoting from the discussion that we had last week on their own, prioritizing what they saw the priorities were among the competing interests in the applications this year. And you could say, I thought in fairness to those folks, I would list them, which is prioritizing the use of CPC funds to address community housing and food insecurity, support the Emery Grover project, examine other sources of funding for certain park and rec projects. So that is the whole kind of Megillah, if you will. And then I think what I'll do is, can I go to the shorter version? Because I think it'll be easier for us to discuss, if that's okay with folks.
Can you see
So
this
then,
still?
yeah, can we put that up? And so when I took all of that on second thought,
Are you seeing the second one now? The
Yeah, yeah, it's great.
potentially used. Perfect. Okay.
fantastic. And then I took it and I boiled it down further to what I think are about 8 bullet points. Demonstrated need, impact on the community, which folds in things like who's it going to help, how many people is it going to serve, who's it going to serve, what needs is it going to serve, leverage, what are your funds, where are you getting them, is this going to unlock money, urgency, that we need to do it now, likelihood of success, consequences of not funding the project, will it die, and then other subjective factors to be considered: equity, fairness, worthiness, community norms, and then public input, the current priorities of the community. Okay. So with that, what I'd say is, I think what I'd like to do is just kind of get this into like almost a final form or a workable form, and then we can kind of pivot and go through, start working through going through the applications. I'm thinking a little bit on my feet here. Maybe we should have updates, further questions, etc., on each application. And then we can go back and look at the fund and apply the priorities, these kind of principles. And we can do that in connection with a sense of the committee. So we come out at the end, we come out with the 2 work products at the back end of the meeting. That is, how do you feel about funding this and at what level? And what's your sense of this? Does that make sense? Okay, so, all right, now I'm going to turn it over. Do you want to go alphabetical, and we can have input from folks on what on these subjective factors? Make sense? Okay. So can I just call on Joe? Do you have any comments?
No, I'm sorry I missed the meeting last week, but it certainly appears from looking at these factors that you've laid out, Peter, that it was a rich discussion if you came up with this as a document. I think they all make sense, some having more demonstrated needs than others. So it's an impressive list, and I think it's something to jump off on. Do you plan to go to, once you go around the board here, are you going back to individual applications and then we're going to comment then? Is that the plan?
Yeah, I think that we could probably do it all in one round. So what we'll do is we'll go through the individual applications, we'll get updates. And what I was thinking was that we would go through, in a way, there aren't that many. I think we're at 8 this year. We could go through the individual applications, get updates and a discussion. I'm not sure if we should then go a second round where we do priorities and a sense of the committee. It may be that we can do it all at once. I want to be fair to the process and fair to the individual applications, but I think
Yep.
we know enough about them and we have enough information in front of us that we probably can do it all in one cut, right? So work through each one. Does that make sense? I think we'll do it that way.
Okay.
Rick's and Bones' hand is up. Rick.
Yeah, thank you, Peter. I was just going to suggest as we go through the applications, if we could take the list that you developed, the 8, I don't know what you call them, factors for consideration, and apply those factors to each of the projects as kind of an aside, like this project meets the following factors, or it doesn't meet the factors for this reason. It may help in some of the discussion and decision-making.
All right, good. So then what we'll do is we'll go through, so that's good. We'll go through it all together. So we'll do updates on the projects, and then we'll go through and we'll apply the 8 factors to each of the projects. And from there, we should be able to tease out our priorities and a sense of the committee. Okay, I think that's the best that I could do. Does anyone, how do folks feel about that?
Makes sense.
Yep.
All right, good. So then I'm going to keep this open though. Now, does anyone want to make a comment? Now, what we've done is we've quickly moved from a list of 16 to a list of 8. Okay, that's going to be our framework. Does everyone feel comfortable with our framework?
Yes.
Great. Okay, then let's start with going through. We'll start with the Housing Authority applications. And
Can we post the abbreviated version again? I
Yes.
only have the longer version.
yeah, let's post the abbreviated version.
Of the factors,
Yes, the 8 factors, version 2 that I sent you late in the afternoon. And will you just excuse me for a minute? I need to get a pad. Okay, I'm coming back. All right, so now we have our 8 factors. And then we'll turn to FY 23 01. And let's see, just bear with me. And those, the liaisons for FY 23-01 and 02 are Dorfman and Gersel and Zambone. And I believe the first two, one is the survey and the second is the Linden Chambers plan, correct?
Right.
Okay, good. All right, so let's work through. All right, first of all, so let's, we can kind of move through this quickly. Demonstrated need.
So Peter, do you want the updates first and then do the rating?
Yeah, let's do that. Let's do, thank you, Reg.
Okay, so I'll try to do this quickly. And then we can drill down with any questions. We have submitted a bunch of additional information that was sent out like a week and a half ago or so, week ago. It basically, in sum, increases our request from $112,805 to $123,632. And the reasons are we added one more survey. We added a 10% contingency based on our January 12th discussion. We also submitted timelines for this project, for these 3 projects, the Seabed High Rock Homes and Captain Robert Cook, to sort of show where the projects were going to take place. And we also submitted the actual proposals that have gone out for bid for this work. So the committee has in-depth understanding of what it is we're trying to do. And the justification remains the same as presented on January 12th. Namely, if we go through this process and submit the applications for funding in the fall, it should lead to projects in the next year or 2 or 3 that are spelled out in the timelines and will result in, an additional $1 million a year plus or minus coming in for annual operating expenses over what we already get now from doing the repositioning from federal program A to federal program B. And we also can unlock upwards of plus or minus $20 million of capital funding from the assets that the Needham Housing Authority owns. So are there any questions from either our advocates or from the other committee members on the packet of information that was submitted at the beginning of last week? Actually, it's 2 weeks ago.
Okay, Laura.
I just want to point out that the handout that Reg did for the proposed handout for town meeting is a really good document to reference to kind of encompass everything that he's presented, because there's a lot. And I found this to be really a quicker way to sort of look at everything. Just a suggestion.
Yeah, Reg, good job. It is extremely helpful and well written and readable. So, okay. So I think that if some of these we can pace. Oh, Artie, your hand is up.
Yeah, just a quick question. This is more of a nomenclature thing. Reg, I know you had used the word advocates, but what I wanted to touch base on, what are we calling, we have committee members that are assigned to a project to gather information. We aren't, I just want to make sure they aren't necessarily considered advocates. They're collecting information, then the ones that are then presenting the project to the town. are we considering ourselves advocates or just disseminate information dissemination type of thing? It makes a difference.
Okay, so I'll respond to that.
I would like.
So I do actually think that that's a misnomer. You're not advocates, you're liaisons. You're gathering information and you're conducting due diligence and you're making a determination, basically carrying the ball on the question of due diligence for this committee. So no, you are not an advocate. You are a liaison. Okay,
I just
especially when you basically got assigned the job by the chair or coerced to do the job by the chair, right? Or you just volunteer.
I just want to make sure it makes a big difference in how things are perceived. And
Correct.
When we're gathering information, if we're gathering as an advocate versus gathering as a liaison.
Okay.
Gathering facts. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thanks, Peter.
Okay, that's an excellent point. Okay, Joe Barnes.
Yeah, just quickly to Artie's point and also to Reg, when you do become the liaison, you get to learn a lot more than the rest of the committee members learn about a particular project, and it does tend to drag you in. You do tend to see the inside of a project, I think, more than someone who is sitting at a table and hearing at a meeting. So I'm not taking a stand one way or the other, but I feel a little bit in that position that Reg is, I'm not using the word advocate, but I do feel as though you do tend to get drawn in and have a stronger stand on a particular project than the average committee member would have.
Yeah, that's true. And I think I don't think there's there's no admonishment that you should hear.
No.
It's kind of human nature that you kind of dig into a project and you realize that it's what the merit is, and you somewhat naturally become an advocate. That's true.
Right.
And that it's not as if and also you should bear in mind that your role in the committee, this is a town committee. You're not in a fiduciary capacity. Okay. You can, you're digging in and you can be an advocate, and it's a political process. Okay. But what the goal here would be that you would be an objective, as objective as you could in digging out the facts. I wouldn't want you to bury bad information from us, right? And we wouldn't do that. So that's, but your role is, so I understand that you could become an advocate. Okay, we got lots of hands up. First of all, Kristen's hand is up, which is probably the most important hand. Kristen, hand up.
Certainly not the most important hands, Mr. Chair. So my questions that I'm asking are all scoped for all projects, just to be very clear on things that I'm trying to reduce fairly quickly to post and get out with the PAO for the public hearing. So I apologize, I just want to confirm information. And if you're repeating yourself, then I'm sorry. I just want to confirm that the current ask for project number 1 is $123,632 of CPC funding. And the differential between the original application that is posted on the town's website and now is that you've added an additional plan and a 10% contingency.
Yes.
And the plan is within the scope of the two projects that were highlighted, or the two properties rather that were highlighted, Seabeds Way and Captain Robert Cook, or is this also inclusive of the High Rock Estate?
No, it was originally for the 3 properties, and High Rock,
Okay.
Cook, and Seabeds. And the additional plan is to do a land survey as opposed to a building survey of the Seabeds Cook.
Correct. Okay. Is there anything else outside of the original scope of the application that you would like me to highlight for the public hearing?
Not that we haven't already discussed.
Okay.
All right, and Kristen, we're going to have, if the PSA can be, that's necessary. Maybe if we're not going to get all of this data perfect tonight, then we don't need to put it in the PSA, right? But I know you're working on the posting that you want to do for the public hearing, correct?
Correct. And this will link the idea, Mr. Chair, is that it would link from the web, the newsletter to the website, and the website can obviously be updated as necessary.
Right. So Kristen's trying to do a lot all at once here, because this is got to put it on an accelerated format here. We're going to do a PSA through our communications office so that we can get so we can broadly broadcast this and hopefully get as many people as possible participating, hopefully by Zoom, because we're in a small conference room. And she's also trying to put together what is the public hearing posting that we post, I think 4 days before, but we're going to do it in an accelerated fashion because the PSA is going to share a link to it. Okay. All right. Bob Dermy's hand is up.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And Kristen, your hand is extremely important. I think you should have like an override button where you get two hands or something. Very quickly, the aforementioned document authored by Reg evidently and mentioned by Laura. Do we have that yet? And if we do, I'm sorry I missed it. I've been checking my emails quickly here.
It was part of your package from our last meeting.
Thank you. No further questions.
Okay. So now, all right. So now we've had a short abbreviated presentation and update by Reg on FY 2301, and I think we can quickly go through these 8 factors with respect to that, right? I don't know that we have a lot of work, but some of these things we can kind of truncate. Bob Dermody, your hand is up again. You have your hand up? No. Okay, good. So this is one of those projects which probably touches all the bases pretty nicely, right? Is demonstrated need. I think where it's demonstrated need, the impact in both in numbers of people served, not an inconsequential number, that the good that it serves and the need that it serves, right? Affordable housing. Leverage, can't get much more leverage than what we're getting from FY 2301. Urgency, we want to get this project in the queue. Likelihood of success, that if the project will achieve its stated goals. I guess we're not certain of that. Nothing is certain, but it sounds like this is an active program that we're going to get in the Housing Authority is going to get in a queue for this financial re-engineering. Likely consequences of CPC not funding the project. I don't know that they haven't. There's probably some other money available. But knowing the Housing Authority finances, it's probably not readily available, and probably maybe this issue is not that relevant. Other subjective factors, certainly seems like we touched the bases on that. Equity, fairness, worthiness, community norms. We seem to be getting a lot of feedback that this is affordable housing is a priority in this town. And then public input will be something we get next week. Rick Simbone's hand is up. Rick.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, just to point out that this project is funded at the 50% level. The other 50% is coming from the Needham Housing Authority.
Right. Okay, good. Okay, great. You know what I can do is actually, rather than have me talk the whole time, I think we'll make the liaisons or Reg address that. We'll go through the exercise again in the next 3, if that's okay. All right. So now we're up to FY, and bear in mind we have 8. Okay, FY 2302. All right. Does anyone else have anything else to say with respect to FY 2302? Questions for Reg on the project, comments, and kind of analysis and application of the factors for consideration.
Are you talking about 02 or 01?
You mean 01, Peter?
01.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. 01. I got to see if anyone's hand is up. No one's hand is up. Okay. So now let's.
Excuse me, Peter.
Sure.
This is Rick again.
Yep.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but would this be a good point in time for after we discuss the updates and talk about these factors for consideration? Would now be a good time to get the sense of the committee on this article and do it in that order?
Yes, and then a sense of the committee, and then if we're doing about dealing with priorities and funding kind of questions, yes, good point. Okay, So let's go in alphabetical order, and I'll call on you and get a sense of you. This is not binding. Remember, we're in the midst of the process, but I'd like to get a sense of the committee. So this was on FY 23-01.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
point of information, could you define sense, please?
So it's kind of a term of art. And I want to emphasize that it is not a vote.
Are we talking dollar numbers yet?
Or
Or is that part of it wrapped in it? I mean, because ostensibly I'm for this project. Are we to the point where I might say I want to put more or less or the exact amount in?
I want you to say dollar amounts too.
Okay, thank you.
Because that's how we've handled it. Remember, we did this. Okay, good. It's a great point. So now I want to emphasize, this is not binding. This is not a vote. This is in order for us to get some sense of where we're going in a pretty complicated financial, in the middle of a pretty complicated financial picture. Okay. So Bob, thank you very much for clarifying that. So it's a similar drill that we did with Emery Grover and with all of the other projects last year. And Emery Grover in particular, we had a sense of the committee and we talked about numbers, right? People would say, I want to put in more than 6 million. I want to put in less than 6 million. We did that. All right. So that's for Reg and Jean to understand. And remember, we still owe the select board a vote, a consultation, the FinCom a vote, a consultation, if you will. And of course, the public hearing, and we will not vote until after that. Okay, but this is a sense of the committee to communicate to our financial staff and to our consulting committees, the FinCom and select board. Okay, so let's start with Joe Barnes. Joe Barnes, comments, questions, your sense, and if it is a number that's different than what's requested, let's hear that. And also overall priority.
Okay, I think I heard, I don't have the application in front of me, but I think I heard Kristen say 123,000. Is that right? Okay. I think based on the worthiness alone, and there are other factors that I would also weigh in on, I would support that.
Okay. And let's continue. We'll go in roughly alphabetical order as you appear on the grid here. Artie Crocker.
I would tend to agree with what you just said.
Okay. Christopher Gerstle. I'm sorry.
Sorry, I mean, no comments on this time, but I would agree with my two fellow colleagues that have spoken before me.
Okay, so support. Okay. And Reg Foster.
I think I support it.
And Robert Dermody.
I support it with a comment that I'm interested to hear how we talk about contingencies in other projects. I don't want that to hold this one up in any way, shape, or form, but contingencies now and again appear in these estimates or requests, and I think some of us have had thoughts on those. So I don't want to rule out talking about the contingency on this one right yet.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, but in fairness to the applicant, we asked the applicant to put in the contingency.
Duly
Okay.
noted.
Okay.
Then I'm all for it.
Okay.
Buy it.
Okay. Laura Dorfman.
I'm in support of this and I agree with the contingency concept. And I think, Peter, this way of looking at these and then looking at the priorities is really helpful. So thank you for that.
Okay. Well, let's wait until it's done and then you can either curse me or thank me. Okay. That's what I would say. All right. All right. This is more like something Joe Barnes, this is more like Joe Barnes' field of study than mine. Okay. That I've been endeavoring to engage in. Okay. Okay. Jean McKnight.
Yes, I think this is such a basic project to addressing the needs of the housing authority and its projects and its, its developments. Having read the report that came out, a year and a half or 2 years ago, I'm aware of the needs of the housing authority. And of course, to get into rehabilitation or reconstruction, the first thing you need to know is how bad are things now and what exactly is needed. And so a study like this that's going to cover all three of these developments for this amount of money seems to be a good thing to spend our CPA funds on. And I want to say it at some point, and I hope it's okay to say it now. I reviewed the materials that were provided to us on the historic spending of this town on its CPA funds. And I'm not sure if the money that goes into the buckets that isn't spent yet is reflected in these
No.
funds.
Right, I should have given you that caveat, which is it's not. Okay?
Yeah, so
Okay.
I'm not sure to what extent that would change this percentage, but I was shocked to see that the housing spending has only been 4% of CPA spending over these many years. And, you know, it's a very high priority right now. When it comes to serving large numbers of people, I think there are two factors at work here. One is certainly there are large numbers of people served, but they're also served in a very deep way. The Housing Authority provides deep subsidies for people who would not be able to afford a decent home if not for what's provided here. So, you know, I'm very much in favor of all of the spending that's proposed here. And I think the Militia Heights Drive is kind of a separate project. But as far as number 1, number 2, and number 4, that's related, you know, they're all related. I wouldn't want to cut it back a dollar. I think it's all needed, very high priority, needed right now.
Okay,
So it meets so many of our criteria.
all right. I just want to, just so you didn't have the benefit of the discussions that we had regarding that spreadsheet, by the way, that was put together by Bob Dermody and Rick Bone. It's weighted. That you need to know these two caveats. First of all, it includes the debt. So when we have so when we have an appropriation of say $14 million for the pool or whatever the number was, I think it was $14 million. That money is being spent out over the next 20 plus or so years. Okay, but it was appropriated. So we looked at appropriations. All right, so it unfairly weighted some buckets, and so similarly with the housing, with community housing, we looked at actual appropriations not in the reserve fund, and so it doesn't count that there's now 3 million. It doesn't factor in the fact that there's 3 million. So because all of that being equal, you would look at this as I did, which is, wait a minute, community housing has to be 10%, right? Because we're required to contribute that amount. But we looked at appropriations and included the debt that we appropriated that's going to get paid out over a 20-year period. So it's skewed a little bit. Okay, skewed. You have to understand. Okay.
So how much is in the reserve fund? Plus,
we have a memo out there that's from
approximately. You just gave the figure.
I think there's approximately $3.2 million in the community housing.
3.2. So that's still only, looking at the columns there, about 5 million. And when you compare that with the 12 million that's been spent on recreation, it's, you know, it's still very low.
No,
and I don't want to drag on that point. I want to concentrate more on how important it is right now to spend this money, how it has the support of I believe, of our community. I'm very much in favor of it.
Okay, good. I understand that. I just wanted to make sure that you understood that caveat. Okay, just so.
Yes, no, I appreciate it. I figured there was something like that too. I just, you know, couldn't find the number immediately. So.
Okay, so it seems that I've surveyed everyone on this on FY 2301, correct? Except for Rick Bone. Sorry. Rick.
No, that's fine, Mr. Chairman. Just to add one additional note on that discussion of the historical spending. As we increase the debt or the projects that are debt funded, that restricts our ability to use money in the general reserve bucket. So just keep that in mind as we enter discussions later on. That's one of the reasons why last year we increased the allocation into the housing reserve bucket to 22% versus the standard 11%. And as the chair mentioned earlier, the plans would be to continue to run at least at 22% for the foreseeable future in order to help fund a lot of these projects that the Housing Authority has teed up for future consideration. So just for additional clarification. As for the sense of my committee here, of one, I think this is a very worthwhile project. The bang for the buck is absolutely tremendous. I don't know if you noticed, but beyond this year's appropriation, the rest of the money all comes from outside sources. The town is not committed on this project, at least as far as Cook's Bridge and Seabed's Way, for any further input as far as dollars are concerned. So I think that this, in addition to need, because of the age of those units and the residents that are served by it, as well as the town sentiment, which we picked up on last year, I think it's a project my sense would be to move forward as rapidly as we could with this one.
Okay, thanks, Rick. Okay, I'm supportive of the project for many of the reasons that you folks have already stated. Rick, I don't want to get too far in the weeds in this, but I want to add a caveat about debt restricting our general reserves. Remember that when we fund debt through specifically allocated reserve funds, in part, say historic preservation or open space, that money is not that money that would go to that historic preservation restricted fund bucket is not, if it's used for bonding, is not going to crowd out any other general reserve spending, right? It's a little bit of a nuance here, right?
Subject to avoid getting deeper into the weeds. You are correct, Mr. Chair, except in the situations where the money that's appropriated for a particular bucket, like historic reserve, is exceeded by the debt requirement, in which case that money does come out of the general reserve bucket.
Absolutely. Okay, good. All right, little nuance here. Okay, all right, good. So, all right, I would say strongly supportive. If the sense of the committee is strongly supportive. Okay, that was our exercise. That was a warm-up round. So now let's go to FY 2302. We'll follow with the same drill. And what I'm going to do is talk less and have the liaisons, not the advocates, and the presenters run through our next one. Okay, let's give it a try. Everybody gets a turn to the bat.
So do you want me to go first again, Peter? Is that what you
I'd like you to fill us in, update, do a brief summary of the application.
Yes.
What the request is, make sure the numbers are correct, because Kristen's running her own shop. She's got her own card game that she's running up there.
No, we're doing real-time press release public update here. So
Okay.
let me jump in. I do want to say that I do have a comment on the advocates versus liaison thing that I precipitated earlier, but I stand corrected. Liaison is obviously a much better term, but I do have additional comment when we get there. So Linden Chambers schematic design fiscal year 2023-02 application. So after the presentation on January 12th, there were several requests for further information which have been delivered. One was, again, I referred to it, the overall timeline for that. So that was in the materials that were set out a couple of weeks ago to you, if anybody has any questions about that. But you can also see it in the funding that we were thinking, the funding requests spread out over fiscal years that Rick is going to get into. We also delivered a copy, fully completed draft of the request for services document to everybody and to the liaisons, which spells out in agonizing detail what we're going to be doing with the money requested via the CPA application. And the money we're requesting is approximately maybe half of doing all those services. And as a result of the January 12th presentation, one of the big recommendations again was to add in a contingency. So we did add a 10% contingency in. And so as a result, the total being requested has been increased from 1.2 million to 1.386 million. And that's basically the 10% contingency. We did go back and look at all the line items again. And otherwise, we're pretty satisfied with the estimates about how much this is going to cost. We haven't put this RFS out for bid yet, and probably will not be doing that until April or May. But it's otherwise in final form, the version that you received. The justification for doing this project is still the same as presented on January 12th. And in summary, it's fundamentally to move one stage closer to being a shovel-ready project. Right now, we just have back of the envelope concepts, and we really need to work through all the issues that you work through during a schematic design phase. So we know we have a realistic project that can be done. And there are many different dimensions that will be looked into as spelled out in the RFS. Then once we get this going, we can unlock the funding, additional funding potential for completing this step. Thanks to Representative Gerlich, she's obtained some ARPA funds for us, 1.25 million, that will be probably applying to this effort to finish out this work along with the town's money. And it will also help us unlock $1.5 million of the Partnerships for Growth funding that was obtained in the beginning of last year. That's less certain funding, and we really have to fight for that. And this will give us a ability to get that funding unlocked and applied to this effort. And then probably lastly, but certainly not leastly, this has been the very top project in affordable housing on the town's planning docket since 2004. And we are finally moving forward with getting something done. So those are the four justifications for this project. Any questions from anybody? Or
All right, that's my job, Reg.
sorry.
Okay, everybody has a job. Okay, so now let's first of all, let's questions for Reg Foster on this update. We've got Kristen Wright's hand is up. Kristen? No? Yes? No? Okay. All right, Joe Barnes.
Yes, sorry, my mute is
all right, I'm gonna call. Okay, I'll do let's see, let's do this. Let's go in alphabetical order then, I guess. All right, Joe Barnes.
I'm sorry, Peter, I think Kristen does have something she wants.
Oh, she does. Sorry. All right, Kristen. Sorry.
My mute is separate from the Zoom because of the sharing. So it took me a second. I just want to confirm the requested amount is $1,386,000, where the original request was for $1,200,000.
correct.
Now, this is just so people are prepared, 10% of 1.2 million is 1.32, and the request is for approximately $46,000 more. Is there additional?
Yes, so thank you for your eagle eye. I'm just looking at, so in the material we sent out last week, there's an additional $50,000 for architect and engineering reimbursables that was detected back in, I think in January 12th or thereafter, that we hadn't put in, the sort of the reimbursable expenses into the project, and that we also hadn't added an administrative fee for Cambridge Housing Authority. So we our overall our engagement, our primary engagement with the Cambridge Housing Authority allows us to use them as the body to actually manage all of this, and they charge us whenever they engage the do the procurement and engage the service providing organization. They charge it a 10% fee. Thank you. Sorry, my mistake.
Okay.
And
No
it's
problem.
all in the document, one of the documents I sent out a week and a half ago, so you can get a specific detail there from it.
I just want to verify it and make sure that I get the detail, like all the details.
Great. That's great, Kristen. Okay. All right. We have Rick's and Bones' hand is up. Rick.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Not to add more to Kristen's workload, but I would just ask that she verify the numbers that she's collecting here and the scope that she has with what's printed on the draft warrant that's appearing on the website, because I believe in some instances, the numbers either don't match or won't match after these changes.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'm sorry.
So that you get that, Kristen?
I can respond.
Yeah,
Sure.
sure. Yeah.
Yeah. Yes. So that's all part of this. We just try, and like I said, this can be a live document. So this is what it is now. And if something comes up in the few meetings that we have before the vote and before town meeting, it can absolutely be adjusted. But in an effort to get the word out about the public hearing, we're just trying to get that fast. So yes, it will. Cecilia will definitely be checking that as well.
Thank you. I appreciate it. That's all. I was just want to make sure the final loop is closed.
All right. So what we'll do is we'll do a quick questions and comments, and then we'll go through the exercise of the application of the factors and the sense of the committee. Does that make sense? I think I've got that right. All right. So any questions or comments? Gene McKnight, question, comment. Gene.
Sorry, there we go.
Okay, good.
On community housing grants like this, how does this interact with what we call the bucket? Do funds that we're talking about using here come out of the bucket? Do we appropriate these funds? And in addition, that same year, we continue with the 22% to put in the bucket. I just want to make sure I understand that.
The answer is generally yes. And if Rick wants to go into greater detail, that's fine. You want to answer that, Rick? You want to do that? Okay, good.
Yeah, please. Could I just share my screen for a moment, Kristen? Do I have the ability to?
You should.
There we go.
Just not what I'm sharing my screen because I'm the host.
Sorry, can others see it now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, Gene, to answer your question specifically, if you look at the spreadsheet that's up here,
Yes.
all of those buckets that are colored with background of yellow, it's keyed on the right-hand side. It says appropriation from housing reserve. So this would come under the housing reserve bucket. these funds. And further on in this analysis, and I'm not going to scroll down to it, but just to answer your question, this whole spreadsheet analysis that we talked about last week assumed that the housing bucket would continue to have 22% appropriated to it each year. And that's the way, and we've got a problem as we get out to the later years, columns F and G, which we'll talk about later on, because we.
Rick,
Mhm.
Rick,
All right, excellent.
Yep.
Thank you. That
All right.
answers my both of my questions. That is, do the funds we're talking about now come out of the bucket? And here's the, not all four of them do, but three of them do. And that even though, and that in addition to that, we're still doing the 22%. Okay, thank you very much.
okay. Actually, Jean, just to clarify, you understand that all of the housing authority applications from this year, all the requests for funds would be drawn from the restricted fund community housing.
I thought from the chart, it looked like the amount for the staff to manage the redevelopment projects was in a different color. So I thought that might be different.
Okay, is that correct, Rick? Did you put that in something other than the reserve fund?
Yeah, I took it out of free cash because it was a small amount of money, Peter.
Okay, good. He did. There you go. He exercised his good. Okay, good. All right, good point up for both. Okay. All right, so questions or comments, and then I'm going to go through sense of the committee, application of the factors. Okay, questions or comments regarding the presentation, Reg's updates. I'm not going to go alphabetical order because I'm going to do that when we go sense of the committee. Okay. Questions, comments? No. I actually have a question, Reg, and be patient with me if embedded in your information lies the answer. Okay. I want to just play this forward a little. So with Linden Chambers, we want to get it shovel ready. Is this the project that we anticipate being funded through HILAP?
Yes,
Okay. And then, so with my
in
sense,
part.
in part, okay. Is it in large part?
In small part.
In small part. Okay. So, all right. Because, and so what, all right. So do we, I guess I think this is going to come up by the FinCom, and I'm going to have to be very knowledgeable about it by the time we do this, but the likelihood of getting the funding to the degree that we can, I mean, the likelihood of getting the funding to actually do this rehabilitation and renovation project.
So what is coming into focus, and recognizing we haven't begun the schematic design thing, but we have pro formas from the Cambridge Housing Authority that takes the approach that if the schematic design can come up with an approach that can build this project in phases, then a phase one, a reasonable phase one conceptually could be funded based on a lot of hard work that needs to be done, but it's not completely ridiculous. Trying to fund the whole thing at once, there's no path for that right now that anybody can see.
Okay, can you, all right, I guess we can do this offline, but I think Rick's hand is up, and it may be that he can offer some insight into that. So I'm going to let Rick jump in. Rick, do you have your hand up? You want to make a comment?
I do, Mr. Chair, and when I get around to my comments, I was just going to point out something very similar, that based on the way the project is currently structured, there are additional risks. It's not as much of a slam dunk as it was with application number one. This particular application has a couple what ifs in it, and the what ifs relate to fully funding the project that still has to be sorted out. And number two is there are still perhaps some planning issues that need to be addressed. So this is not 100% if we spend $250,000, we're going to get all this other money. There's still some gaps. And I just wanted to point that out. I think Reg would agree that that's why they're working on it.
I would agree. I will repeat, or maybe I didn't say it well enough the first time around, that one of the 4 criteria justification for doing this is we don't have something that can be used to figure out future funding, either for the whole project or even for that phase 1. We really have to work out these issues that Rick referred to and get something that everybody thinks is a reasonable overall project and a reasonable phase 1 project. And then we can shop that around for the rest of the funding that we need. What, working with Cambridge Housing Authority, what we've given Rick is our best guess at the kind of funding that will be needed for Needham, from Needham, based on a first draft pro forma for phase 1. And I do, we can schedule you and Artie for a offline briefing on that pro forma that would, with Margaret Moran, that would probably really give you all the information you need at the level of detail that you're going to be asked by the FinCom. But we've been very reluctant to release that, preliminary pro forma out into the wild because we still don't have any of the work that's going to be done, with the fund, with the project that's going to be funded by this particular CPA application.
Okay, and we have some time. We have until the 23rd of March, right? So we have
Right.
another couple weeks, okay? The briefing would include our chief financial advisor and all of this is Rick Zimbone. So we,
Yeah, but they have demonstrated to me and to our executive director, they meaning Cambridge Housing Authority, that there's a reasonable phase 1 funding path out there if we really work for it and if we
Okay.
get the schematic design done here.
okay, good. All right, any other questions or comments regarding the presentation itself? And then what we'll do is we'll go through our exercise and any other questions? No. Okay, so let's see if we want, how about, Laura, do you want to go through the 8 factors, or do you want, or Rick or Chris? Or do you guys just want to hear me?
I mean, if you want me to do it, I'm happy to. If Rick wants to do it, or you can, it doesn't matter as long as we get through it, because we have a lot.
Okay, good. All right, then. All right, you want me to stay with it? I will.
Yeah, do it.
Okay, hold on. I got to flip over to it. Sorry, guys. Okay. I apologize.
It's on the screen, Peter.
Oh yeah, you're going to screen share it for me, right?
No
Kristen?
apology necessary.
Sorry. Okay, I got it. Okay. Okay. Demonstrated need. I think it's obviously it's been they're relying on their capital plan, data driven, obvious, high impact, greatest good, greatest need. Maybe not the greatest number, but these are, of course, great impact, great need. Leverage, not as great as our first project, but it does leverage other funding, and it does potentially unlock a substantial amount of other funds. Does anyone want to address leverage a little bit more than that? Anything more? No? Okay. Is any?
Yes, Peter, I just had a question. Should that at some point be like a number? Should we be, if we're really going to rely on that going forward, should we be doing ratios for that? I'm not saying right now, but is that something we should think about?
Sure. I mean, these are kind of like, we're in the soft sciences here. I know that you're, which is, sure, you could have a, highly leveraged, I guess, or leverage, you can have a percentage, but I think this is more of a soft science exercise.
As
I
a point of
understand.
information,
Yes, sir.
so when we go through this pro forma with you, you could create a concrete number based on what we know now, what we're hoping for. A ratio, that $1 of CPA funds liberates $15 of other funding.
I think that's really helpful. Laura, that would be great. Laura, that would, to your point, right? I think that could be a really good exercise. Great. Let's do that. Okay. All right. Likelihood of success. This is a little iffier, right? There's some questions. Reg has been pretty frank with us about it. There's a path, but not an easy one for phase one. Consequences of not funding it. Well, we're never going to get out of the batter's box, right? This is just a gating item in trying to deal with Linden Chambers. And then our other subjective factors: equity, fairness, worthiness, community norms, and public input. It seems to be strongly weighted in favor of this project. Okay, we have a hand up, and it is Bob Dermody.
Yes, with full acknowledgement of my limited financial skill set, I ask the following question. I'm interested in this ratio of dollars earned for dollars spent, but is it not true, and correct me if I'm wrong, that not all projects have opportunities to earn other money from other sources? It's wonderful. I want to take advantage of it where we can, but I'm not, sure that's a fair comparison. If other projects have no other bodies from which to seek money other than the town, I'm not sure it's a fair apples to apples.
So,
Does that make sense?
Yeah, no. In one of my early drafts, I noted that as a caveat on this, and,
Okay.
and I heard, and then I saw someone else. Maybe this was a clever turn of phrase, but someone else tried to turn it into, well, what about leveraging other sources of funds from other parts of the town? So that is this fully funded by CPC? Is it partly funded by CPC, and then using funds from the general reserve? That very well may be a distinction without a difference. It is all one pool of property tax, taxpayer money. But I think that let's all acknowledge that there are projects out there, mostly town projects out there, that they're just not going to be getting and unlocking other sources of funds, right?
Right.
So yeah, and we have
to want to acknowledge that.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Okay. Does anyone have any comments on, my really quick assessment and going through those 8 factors? If someone wants to unpack any of them or dispute any of them, then you could actually save those comments until I go through with the sense of the committee, or you can speak now so that we can make them part of our general discussion. Okay, so I'm not precluding you from bringing them up when we go through our sense of the committee. Okay. So with that, let's proceed as we have done with 01, which is a sense of the committee. And we want to consider both support and of course dollar amount is on the table. Okay. So let's go with Joe Barnes.
I think that any project that impacts the living conditions of the community, and especially when we're talking about moderate level housing, I'm in support of. It's a high dollar figure. I don't like to hear the iffiness that was associated with moving this forward, but I think conceptually it checks most, if not all, of the boxes. I think we're talking about people's lives, and I think that that's something that I will always try to support.
Okay. Good. Thank you, Joe. And so that's a yes and a strong, I guess. Great. I'm taking notes as best I can. Artie Crocker.
Well, yeah, I think it's a clear yes. It defines the character of who we are as a community. So yeah, it's a clear yes for me.
Okay. And Bob Dermody.
Yes.
Laura, any other comment? Laura Dorfman.
I'm in support. Thank you.
Chris Gerst,
I am also in support.
Jean McKnight.
I'm strongly in support of this project for the reasons I gave when we discussed number one. Even though I now learn that it might not lead to the immediate renovation of both of these buildings in one round of work. But I still think it lays the basis for the various phases that will come over the next several years.
Okay, and Reg Foster.
I think I'm in favor of it.
And Rick Zimbo.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm leaning right now to be in favor of it. I would like the process to play out a little bit more as we discussed to try and nail down the second, the funding sources in the second and third phase of the project. But as of now, before I have to commit to a vote, I'm leaning towards approving.
Okay, now you see, committee members, how nuanced that was, right? There is a true master of the use of the sense of a committee.
My single word answer wasn't nuanced enough.
That was lean. Okay. So I am in favor. And I do also have, some concern about the amount of money that we're spending with a little bit of risk involved. And so I think that we'll get that unpacked a little bit more as we go along, hopefully. And but the fact of the matter is, we're not going to, this is a high priority for the town. We're not going to get anywhere as it stands now, unless we do spend this money. So I understand the concern and that Rick has expressed. Okay, so okay, so now we're on to FY 2303, and that is our Militia Heights funding for acquisition of approximately 3.5 acres of formerly Army officer housing at East Militia Heights Drive. Is that what it is?
Yes.
Okay, Reg, why don't you provide us with an update, and then we can have questions and comments, and then we can go from there.
Great, thanks. In the packet that was provided a couple weeks ago, there were some very key documents provided for which there might be some questions this go round. The most important one was the formal appraisal of the property that indicated that this appraiser determined that the fair market value was 1.7 million. This is the value that a arm's length developer would pay for the property if they were going to redevelop it into 3 1 acre lots, one plus acre lots, each with a large modern house on high-end house on it. And it's spelled out in 80 plus pages of why they think that's the right conclusion as the highest and best use. Second, what's also in that appraisal report is it identifies some possible easement issues and access road issues, because East Militia Heights Drive is a private road that runs over land, owned by Babson, and Dwight Road coming up from Central Avenue the other direction, leading to this property, is also another private way that I believe is half of it's a private way owned by the town of Needham, and half of it's a private way owned by the Charles River Setter. It also identifies some issues possible issues in that the current use, which is a 3.5 acre land parcel with 12 housing units on it that are not subdivided, is a non-conforming use under the current zoning for the area. Since we received that report a couple weeks ago, there's been a flurry of additional meetings that have taken place that have pretty much identified and resolved the path with respect to the zoning issues raised in that report, and identified 4 different approaches to resolving the zoning issues. There's also been a flurry of additional work that's been done by the professionals that are helping us with the title and the easement work. And they've come to the conclusion that all the easements with respect to the sewer lines and the utility lines and so forth, there's no real issue there. But there is sort of some fog still hanging around over the East Militia Road access and possibly the Dwight Road access, although since that is at least partly town owned and partly Charles River Center controlled, that doesn't seem to be a significant obstacle. Also, since actually we presented that information 2 weeks ago, we had an opportunity to perform a detailed cost estimate, an assessment of how much it would actually cost to repair the units so that they met minimum standards for habitability. That's a document. I've had all these documents teed up to send to Kristen for distribution to the committee, and they literally weren't available this time last week, or even this weekend. So this has all been developing. And the good news is that based on this cost estimate, it's not, it's very reasonable amount of money that's needed to bring them up to minimum standards for habitability. It's costing out to approximately $71,000 per unit. And that includes taking care of all asbestos issues and lead paint issues and so forth. This is developed, based on, actual inspections by qualified professionals here. So we're fairly confident that, for about $360,000, we can fix everything that has to do with the units. And for another $350,000, there's some site-wide issues that need to be taken care of. The biggest expense item is the driveway, the access road that runs between all the units is in dreadful shape and has to be done over again. And that's all spelled out on this document I'm going to be sending to Kristen. I've provided it actually to Rick Zimbone over the week, last Thursday or Friday, and in connection with the 4th thing I want to report, which is that the Charles River Center Brain Trust and the Needham Housing Authority Brain Trust held a meeting last Friday. This is after an awful lot of thinking has been being done by each individual organization. And I will speak for the Needham Housing Authority part of it, and I'll let Rick speak for the Charles River Center part of it. But it was a very productive meeting, extremely productive meeting, almost 3 hours in length, led to a bunch of action items on how we can work better together, work together on this project on a 2 + 2 = 5 basis. Or another way we spoke of it is creating a win-win-win situation for Charles River Center, the Needham Housing Authority, and the town. And those discussions will be continuing next week. I also have ready to send to Kristen Wright, sort of a revised application based on the appraisal. So, the application was always submitted, in day one on December 1st, subject to getting this appraisal done and these additional discussions that have been going on. Financially, I'm going to be proposing to raise the application amount from 1.5 million, which has always been advertised as a placeholder, to 1.826 million. And that represents the $200,000 and change higher appraised value of the property that's in the appraisal report. Then buried in the $1.5 million was a placeholder, was the assumption that would cover the transaction costs of actually purchasing the property. And we've then broken that out. And again, this is in the document that was supplied a couple of weeks ago that you folks all should have. So we've put in $86,000 for additional transaction costs, legal fees, title insurance, taxes, et cetera, for the transaction. And then based on the zoning information that came out in the appraisal report, that it could not be necessarily just put back into service as housing by right, because it's a non-conforming use, that we put in $20,000 of consultant expenses for sorting that out. So that's how we come up with the 1.826. And this is, again, there's been many discussions. There's been discussions informally with the planning director and Needham, with the consultants, and exploring the options. And I think we actually have this project now really completely triangulated at this point in time. Should we go forward with this, we know exactly what we're getting into in terms of what we need to consider financially, including the repair costs, and also the sorting through the issues like zoning that need to be sorted through as well. What have I overlooked here? I guess the last thing is advocacy for this project, the justification for this project. So just to conclude with that, there is a very compelling case to be made that this is a good thing to do, to create an additional deeply affordable housing for low-income families in Needham. It's 12 units. They're 3-bedroom units. They are in a great location. As a result of our cost analysis, it was a pleasant surprise. These units are in quite a bit better shape than our High Rock Homes units are, the ones that we are, putting Band-Aids on and baling wire and duct tape to keep them together as housing units. These are in better shape. They're very similar to those units. So we have a high degree of confidence in our cost estimates for repairing them, because they were built pretty much in the same era and same construction. And this is what we do. 10 or 20 of these types of units we turn over every year, dealing with issues like the interior, on the interior, and roofs. Actually, we discovered that 6 of the roofs are already new, and 6 of them relatively new, and 6 of them need redone. So those estimates have been done at a fairly granular level. And so if you look just at the bottom line of what we're dealing with here, if we can buy this property for $1.72 million, that is a cost per unit of $152,000 per unit. And if we can renovate these units, and we took the $70,000, we increased it to $100,000 because there are additional costs from doing estate procurement and cost. And we have the COVID construction uncertainties. So increasing that to 100,000, basically a total cost per unit is $250,000 per unit, plus or minus, for 3-bedroom houses
Wow.
in Needham, Massachusetts. And we know that we can get the subsidy, we have in hand the subsidy to operate those units as low income units. So if you compare that to what it would cost us to add 12 new 3-bedroom units to the low income housing inventory of Needham, Massachusetts, you pick your own per square foot construction cost, $300 per square foot, $400 per square foot. Cambridge Housing Authority tells me it for state built public housing, you should be using $500 per square foot. Let's use that number. If you use $500 per square foot for a 1,200 square foot unit, that's $600,000 per unit just to build the bricks and mortar, versus our estimated cost of $253,000 per unit. And by the way, that's just building the bricks and mortar, or the sticks and mortar here, if they're wood frame construction. That doesn't count the land. If you had to buy 3.5 acres of land from somewhere in Needham to put them on, you could think about that as more like, $500,000 per acre, say 1.5 million. So, the advantage, if it is the desire of the town of Needham to add more deeply affordable housing units to our inventory, the case is really financially compelling. So that's the justification for doing this.
Okay, let's just, when we make our presentations, just kind of keep in mind the number of applications that we have ahead of us and the time of the evening. Okay, but thank you, Reg. So do we have questions for Reg? Any questions? All right, Chris Gerson, question. And Kristen Wright has questions, I think, around the numbers. So let's get those wrapped up right now.
Reg, just quick question. So in regards to refurbing the properties, if you do win them in a bid, is that money that you're going to come back next year to ask for that to refurb the houses, or is that coming out of something else?
So thank you for asking that. There's one more thing that we're going to propose in this update to the application, which is we are going to propose that the application be amended to request the 1.826 million. And should we be able to acquire the property for less than that amount of money, that the remaining funds could be used for rehabbing, repairing the properties. But right now, the proposal doesn't have the 1.86, 1.8 million does not include the repair costs in it.
But you would assume you'd probably come back in a year or two and probably have that funded by CPC?
We would look to do that, yes.
Okay.
And but we'd also want to amend the current app. We are actually discussing strategies where we could spend less than $1.8 million in acquiring the property. And I'm not free to disclose what those strategies are. But if we could spend substantially less than that, then we would propose that whatever funds are left over from this proposal could be used for the repairs.
Okay, I don't know. That is an interesting kind of legal issue here. So you're saying that the application itself I thought that the application was for the acquisition.
Well, it was, but in 2020 hindsight, it was that, writing it back in November, it was for doing the entire.
I know.
Yes.
No, but so now, but okay, so I don't know. that we can do that. So I just want to be honest, frank with you about that. That's a legal question for us. So to amend to actually change the purpose of the funds, if that's what you're proposing. So the 1.862 though, you're saying represents acquisition costs, correct? And including transition costs, right?
Transaction costs, yeah.
Transaction costs, excuse me, sorry. Okay. All right, so now we have a couple hands up, all right? And so let's go to Kristen, because she's like I said, she's running her own card game up there. So let's see, what do we have?
Nope, I think you all hit the points I wanted. So the request is 1.826.
Is it 826? I inverted. What's the number, Reg? 1.8.
1826.
Got it.
Okay,
I
perfect.
inverted that. There you
And
go.
that is increased from the placeholder of 1.5 from the assessment of the property that was completed, as well as transactional costs and the rezoning costs that
Yes.
are proposed or expected from if the bid is won.
Yes.
And has nothing to do with the refurbishments that you spoke about that were totaling somewhere near $700,000. That is not included in this at the time. But it's only increased because of the acquisition cost, or sorry, the appraisal cost.
That's where the number comes from, but we are going to submit, as Peter said, it's an outstanding issue or question. But what I submit to you will be, slight change in the wording. Almost everything is the same, except that, funds could be used for repair as well, if any are left over.
Okay. All right. Let's see. So we have questions by Artie Crocker and then Laura Dorfman. Artie first.
Just a couple of things. You probably already stated this, perhaps I don't know about tonight, but other times, and that is the appraisal itself. Or how much did it cost? How much did the appraisal itself cost to get that done?
$5,000, somewhere in that $5,000 or $6,000.
Okay, I'm just curious. And what happened when you're going for bidding for this? I mean, bidding for this project, is there a possibility you guys will bid more and use some of your own money from the housing authority money?
So I'm glad you asked that, so I could decline to answer the question. We have been thinking also about that issue of what the bidding strategy should be in order to acquire the property. But we're going to be invoking, one of the 10 exceptions, whatever it is, exception number 6, not to discuss that bidding strategy in public. And so sorry to be vague, but yes.
No,
we fully realize, that once that RFP comes out, we're going to have to be clever to be able to acquire the property. We have to see what's in the RFP and what the process allows us. And then we will be doing something to make sure that increase our chances of winning the property.
Well, thank you for saying that, Rich, because in some ways, obviously we're glad all these meetings are open to the public and, really straightforward. But every now and then there are some things which would really be nice to not have certain entities in the world know of what funds we have to try to bid on something. So I can appreciate your strategy of not saying anything now. So
and unfortunately, the open meeting law doesn't allow for that exception very explicitly. Our goal is to actually bid $10 and and then return the rest of it to the bucket here, or use it for repairs if possible here.
Sure. Okay, thanks, Red.
Okay, all right, Laura Dorf.
Sorry, thanks. So Reg, you made a comment before that you thought there would be some obstacles to subdividing it, but the appraiser says that they have appraised it as is, and it's their opinion that the subject by right could be subdivided to accommodate the development of 3 single-family homes. And that's important to me because that adds a layer of competition, a big layer of competition. So when you mentioned, I can't remember your exact words, you thought there would be obstacles to a developer doing that. You've got an appraiser that's saying they're not, and I noted in the report that they did speak with the assistant building department
Yeah, let
manager,
me
so I just
clarify
want
if
to
I
be,
may.
yeah, that'd be good.
So I may have misspoke, or, it's complicated, but I'm really glad you asked that question. So what I was trying to say is there are obstacles to the needed housing authority using the property in its current incarnation. In other words, a developer by right in that area under the zoning can subdivide it into 3 1.1 acre properties and build, a small, or big houses on it. We can't run it. If we run it as a 3.5 acre property with 12 units sitting on it that are not subdivided, that is a non-conforming use. What was the federal government was doing is a non-conforming use as well. So
Okay.
the issue is, can you go from one non-conforming use by the federal government to a new similar non-conforming use by the Needham Housing Authority? And that's the issue that we've now come up with 4 different ways that problem can be
Okay,
solved.
meaning the Needham, the housing authority. Okay,
Right.
that makes
Does
sense.
that make
Thank you.
sense? Yeah.
Yes, thank you. And then my other question was, well, I have just 2 more, sorry. So what is making you think, and I should have asked you this before, and maybe you answered it, that this possibility could actually happen in the next cycle, that this RFP is going to come out in the next cycle, when it's kind of been a lingering thing out there for a little bit, and I don't know the history, so I may be ignorant, but I'm just wondering, do you have any reason, if you had to say, I think there's an 80% chance of this thing coming to be, could you put a percentage number on this actually becoming for sale within the next funding cycle?
I could not do that, but I can answer your question.
Okay,
I can't put a percentage on it.
okay.
If I did, I would probably be trying to invest in Bitcoin or something.
You
like
wouldn't be in
that.
Kristen's card game,
Yeah,
right?
right. Yeah.
Right.
So the reason is that we check every 3 months with the procurement officer, which we have been doing since last summer, who
Okay,
is in charge of this procurement. And
Yep.
every time he says, yep, we're going to put it out real soon now.
I see. And so you just go with that. You got to act on it.
I mean, what
Got it.
else can we do,
No, I understand. Okay, and this is a question for Peter or the other more informed committee members. Let's say, let's hypothetically say this is approved, and then there's no availability for the use of the funds because there's no procurement. Can these funds be redirected back into the general reserve and repurposed for another bucket in the next cycle, or are these permanently stuck in the housing bucket? And I apologize if I should know that.
I think Kristen can answer that too. Those are reserve funds. If they're gonna get turned back, they have to go back to the reserve account.
I believe that is accurate. If they are taken out of a bucket, they can go back to a bucket.
Right.
Unlike if they are spent down out of a bucket, it might go to general. Like if Reg was to, or any project was to utilize, 90% of the funding, I think the other 10 does go back to the general or free. And he's ignoring the conversation right now for his own abstention purposes, but Rick might actually know more.
I doubt that, because that would just lead to mischief. And that's why you go through a certification process when you go into free cash. So and knowing the characters that we're dealing with in Massachusetts, just kidding, they would want to hedge against that and make sure that the funds actually went back to the restricted funds.
So I'm sorry, I don't understand.
I think
So they go,
I think the money gets returned back to the restricted funds, but we can confirm that.
restricted housing funds.
Correct. Community.
Okay,
housing.
thank you. Okay, that's all I have. Thanks.
Okay, so any other questions? Any other members? Reg, so if we do allocate the funds and you lose the bid, you won't draw down on the funds, correct?
Correct.
And if you acquire the property, is there any restriction in place to preclude the housing authority from doing anything other than using than rehabbing and using the 12 units as is?
I'm not 100% sure. I sort of get the general idea of what you're asking about. And I think if I understand what you're saying, what would prevent the housing authority from flipping the property and selling it to a developer or something, we wouldn't do, of course, but just hypothetically, I mean, we don't have any ability to do anything else under our charter, under our Massachusetts General Laws 121B, than do affordable housing. We couldn't put a casino up there or something like that.
But you could also develop it for some other purpose other than just the 12 units.
Well, and it would be our intent. So, and maybe that's why I didn't understand where you're going. So yes, so as we've stated before on January 12th, our intent in the short term would probably be to use these units for swing space to enable the High Rock Homes project to go more smoothly, because the first phase of the High Rock Homes project and the Captain Robert Cook project, rehab project, we need some extra units that people can live in while we do the renovations of Captain Cook or tear downs and rebuilds at Cook. So yes, we would use that. Longer term, we would fold it into the modernization redevelopment initiative for down the road to redevelop that into something that are more up-to-date units, maybe more density, certainly quite possibly very open to the idea that Charles River Center might need some additional space for programs like group homes or step-down facilities. But that would be what I call medium term. In short term, we would use it as more, 12 more units of deeply low income housing for families in need of.
And then the non-conforming use, and that we also have the extra layer of the abandonment issue, right? The units were no longer used for the non-conforming use,
Yes.
so there's an abandonment principle there. Okay, so do you have any sense from I guess from legal counsel about the likelihood of, and if that's possible, of prevailing on these questions that would allow you as a housing authority to operate those 12 units as low-income housing?
Not so much from legal counsel, but from our consultants and advisors who are expert. Yeah, we have 4 different approaches that could be used, and any one of which has a good probability of success.
Okay, can you, all right, so Laura Dorfman, your hand is up.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Rich. I'm concerned because again, in the appraisal, there's reference to asbestos and lead paint. So if the units are going to be used for swing space, there's got to be a cost to remediate that. And that's just something probably, do you have a comment on that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, awesome.
Yes, that was assessed in this site visit assessment we did, and we know exactly what to do about them, and it'll be in the, at least in brief, referenced in the document I'm sending to Kristen for distribution here. And the brief answer is that we've seen the issues before, and we know exactly what to do about them.
Okay. Speaking from experience, I know they have. Okay. Other questions or comments? Laura, you have your hand up again? No? Okay. All right. I don't want to belabor this, but then you kind of touched on the zoning issues and the easement issues. And so I take it that the feds are operating with an easement that they hold over these private ways. And so that wouldn't be transferred to you. Like you wouldn't have that easement as of right. You would have to acquire it. Is that what's going on?
So there's a very convoluted set of easement issues that have been looked at by the experts. And the brief answer, let me try to do this briefly, is all the easements needed for sewer, utilities, and everything else are in order and are transferable. The road access one is a mess. You know, amazingly, you find these documents that are not really fully baked or thought through when you look at them 50, 60 years ago and would have to be sorted. And they are sortable.
Okay, and then the last question that I have is the road itself, which runs through the small development. You say that that's a mess too, correct?
You know, it's just the surface. It needs to be completely resurfaced.
Okay, and that's some, is that, how are you gonna pay for that?
Well, that's in this cost I gave you of repairs in the site-wide improvement section.
Okay,
So
did you give that to us already, or is that the one that's gonna be?
that's the one I'm about to send out.
Yeah, okay,
Yeah.
good, that's okay, okay, all right.
It's
Okay,
about $100,000 in current estimate.
okay,
It's basically just a whole new road. You just need to do it over again.
Okay.
Along the entire center of there.
all right, so, so folks, just hang in there. I think we will be able to get through all 8, because we're gonna pick up speed once we get beyond these 4, okay? Please hang in there. This is a big push, all right?
Sorry it takes so long.
Okay, so let's go through, now we are in, and I want to go through the exercise of a sense of the committee and priorities. Okay, so let's do that. So now we're at, and this is FY 2303, acquisition of East Militia Road property. Sum is 1.826 million. And the applicant is the Housing Authority. And let's go in alphabetical order. We'll start with Joe Barnes.
Well, I have certainly more questions on this particular application than I did in the previous 2. For all the reasons that were listed previously about easement and zoning. The road, there are just too many question marks in my mind right now. I'm reluctant to put my imprimatur on it right now. I'm reluctant at this stage.
Okay, thank you. Artie Crocker.
Well, I certainly know there's a number of questions. Where my brain is going at this moment is that it is an incredible opportunity to gain this property and to put it into our low-income housing. I guess it's a stock, for lack of a better word. Hopefully through this time period, we'll be able to get some of these questions answered and see how it fits into our schedule. But that's where I am.
Okay. Laura Dorfman.
Is there any way to fund this from a different bucket so that if the funds aren't used, they can be put back in and repurposed to another type of category? Because it seems very iffy as to whether they'll get the property as much as I really want them to. So instead of having them stuck.
And why would you, what is the advantage for that?
Well, the advantage is, I think my understanding before was that if they're coming requested from housing and they're not used, they stay in the housing bucket and can't be used for anything else. And if this is an iffy situation, say like 50-50, I don't know, and the funds aren't going to be used, and there's another other important reason to use those funds, which are a lot. If they didn't come from housing, if they came from a bucket that was less restrictive, we would have more flexibility.
Okay, so what you're asking, okay, this is good. It's a little nuanced. And so what you're saying is, you're asking a question. Can we fund this from the general reserve?
Yes, I guess that's the most flexible bucket. Yeah.
The answer is yes, you can do that. Okay. So that, yes, the answer is yes, you can do that. But now I don't know that the reason why you want to do it makes.
Okay, well then I'll just sort of say it. I'm just thinking like, we can't do everything we probably want to do at the rate that it's being asked of us this year, I'm guessing. Okay,
but yeah, no, but what if we did, think of it this way, if they have $3.2 million in the bucket. Now, it may be that your intent is to fund some of the housing authority applications over the years out of the general reserve. And this is one that you're targeting that, okay? But I will say it will appear odd to a lot of people that you're not drawing down on that community housing reserve fund that we've deliberately increased to not pay for this. Right?
well, I understand that, but things change and I don't know that every year we're gonna get what, $6 million or $5 million in requests for, affordable housing. I mean, so if there's a need in another place, I mean, I feel like that's important as well. Like, I don't know, Kristen, help, you have your hand up?
Okay, Kristen, you have a comment?
I think it can help. So Laura, it's a sense of process. If the committee votes to permit or to fund this particular project, it will hold up the money until the next cycle of CPC. And we may or may not know if the property or when the purchase is going to be made, if the bid is made, et cetera, et cetera. So that money will be reserved out of the housing reserve potentially, or the general reserve, whichever one is voted upon at the time of voting. And then if it is either never bid or the housing they give up or they don't win the bid, then the money will get reallocated back to town. It's not like an instantaneous thing. It could be, to Reg's point, because I'm very familiar with state procurement, a year. It could be a year and a half. It could be a time frame, and it would hold up that money and allow them to utilize that money for this purpose until they either say, never mind, or they walk away from it, they don't win the bid. And so it only holds the reserved money through the process, and it's not like instantaneously returned back to a bank account, because the way that it funds, as a reminder, is it's a bill paid, not a handout that then gets cash back. So they have to present an invoice to get the reimbursement from the CPC. Make sense? Did that help you?
Yep.
Okay.
I'd hate to tie up money for something that's not going to come to fruition when it could be used in other places. So I'm just trying to figure out if there's a way to do that, but it doesn't sound like there is.
Okay. All right. So other than your question, the big question is what the sense.
The sense is I support any project that can help people who can't afford housing live in this town. That's my sense.
Okay, that's pretty clear. All right, Bob Derby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Reg, for lots of new information about this. I think I'm still confused, but at a much higher level. I would like to offer cautious support. Housing, yes, all for that. Absolutely critical. I think we're lucky to have a lot of these projects to fund. If this one doesn't come through, we have others to broadcast and to support people with. But I am concerned about all the ifs, and I'm not comfortable as a committee getting into the speculation business. And I admire your efforts on this. It seems like you've really done your research, or the Housing Authority has, which has helped. But so I'm a cautious support.
Okay, Chris Gerstle.
Thank you. Bob, you couldn't have summed it up as I was going to say it, cautiously optimistic. The end result sounds fantastic, but boy, there are just too many hurdles to get to that end result of what I'm hearing right now. Coulda, woulda, shouldas, could be a maybe, a possibly. It's, again, it goes towards housing, which I think is a very viable and great asset that the town can provide. The end project sounds great. We're getting more bang for the buck out of it. It just seems like they're up front, just too many hurdles right now. So if I were to vote of where I am, I'm probably going to hold off and vote nay on something like this as of right now. But there's still time to get some more information. But as of right now, I'm going to have to nay.
Okay, now Rixenbaum will note, Kristen, that Rick has recused himself. I don't know if he's recused himself from the discussion, and he will, I assume, recuse himself from the sense of the committee. Okay, and that leaves me. And
Me too.
oh, Gene, I'm so sorry. It doesn't, I know how you're gonna vote. So let's just skip it. All right, go ahead, Gene.
Yes,
Gene.
no, really, I enthusiastically support this. And I think all of the bullet points that you put out in the factors for consideration, it meets so many of them. And I think number one is urgency. If we don't have this money in place and that RFP comes out, we're lost. So I think we have to have this money ready now. I mean, it's possible that the Army will just keep, putting it off, and it might end up not being spent until next year. But we have to have it there. And also, I think it is likely to be successful. I think that the planning that the Housing Authority has put into it thus far has been very careful. From what I hear, the appraisal, I think, is soundly based on the fact that what you have up there now is a non-conforming use that's really non-compliant because it was lost from lack of use. All right, then what can it be used for? I don't need to go into detail on that. But I think we have a very competitive situation here to be able to make a good bid on this, and we are likely to be successful. And then the work that's gone in to saying, to inspecting the buildings and knowing for sure what it's going to cost to make them livable is very impressive. Then I think also leverage. Now, although we're not talking about leveraging this to get some other funds, we're talking about the other projects that the Housing Authority wants to do, that we support, that will need relocation resources. And so to have these houses available for that relocation helps to leverage those other projects. And it should, I think, too, to go back to the issue that Laura raised, I think the funds should be retained. I mean, if we're outbid, suppose we're outbid in 3 months, and we know this isn't going to happen. Well, the funds should be retained in the housing bucket, because we know we have all of these anticipated projects coming along. And sure, we want to get state and federal funds for them, but there's bound to be some kind of gap that it'd be great to have the bucket there to be used in the future for these projects. So, to me, this is just a wonderful idea. And all I've heard in general from people who are aware of this possibility is support, in the community. So enthusiastic.
Yeah.
Also, I look forward, I'll be glad to help in any way. If delving into things like easements is just something I love. So if you want me to take a look at that, I'd be glad to.
At your rate, we may take advantage of you. Your billing rate here. That would be great.
Okay. I think that Laura, I'm getting some texts. I don't even know. Reg is the open meeting law expert, but so I may Laura may have to leave early. Okay. Is that you, Laura? Sorry. Laura.
Hi,
Okay.
I'm here.
All right. Was that you? Did you send me a text? You're gonna have to leave at 9.
Well, I'm gonna have probably in the next 15 minutes. I might.
Okay,
have
good. All right. All right, good. All right. Okay, so that leaves me, and I would say that I'm cautiously supportive, and think that it could be. I do think that Reg, you've done a great job, and if I would, I'm a little concerned about the abandonment of the non-conforming use, because in a way, what's selling the project is the notion that we can get 12 units online really quickly at a cost of about $350,000 a unit or $400,000 a unit, which is substantially less than what we would be paying on the open market. But that's a big, those are big hurdles, or those are hurdles I think that I need to know a little bit more about. And then the other thing is the what if we get the acquisition and we lose the right to do this through the abandonment, the principle of abandonment of the non-conforming use, then where is the housing authority left with then? A great parcel, but then, you know, what then? So I don't know that you necessarily need a response from you now, but that's
I
kind of
have a
just
response.
okay, just brief, please.
Get it brief.
Please.
So I've formally proposed to the planning department and to Paul Alpert, the current chair, that if they can squeeze us in on a meeting sometime in the next, during March here, we could go through the 4 options and gain some additional validation that those are legitimate options. There's no reason not to think that any of the 4 are legitimate. We could get some validation that would address your concern.
Okay, good. Great. Okay. So I got another note passed to me that confirms my intuition, which was that the funds are returned to the housing bucket. Okay. So, all right. Okay. All right. So I think that we finished with 03. We will pick up the pace, I am sure. And now we're on fiscal year 2304. This is the application for the Assistant Executive Director position. We'll have Reg briefly summarize it, and then we'll take any questions or comments. We'll go through the 8 factors quickly, and you can consider them, and we'll get a sense of the committee. Okay. All right, Reg.
I think we can hopefully do this one quickly. There is no change in the financial dimension of the application. We're still requesting $97,500 for 50% of the funding for the next 2 years of a new position. There is no change in the justification for doing that, which we are now painfully experiencing every day since it's been several months that we've been into this thing, where the workload is greatly increased on the senior leadership of the housing authority, and to make sure that we don't get everything done, including our primary mission of being an excellent landlord and providing wonderful, excellent housing to the best of our ability to our existing tenants. We need this position. So there's no change in anything since January 12th.
Great. And the request that you're making, just so Kristen knows what the number is.
$97,500.
And there has been no change.
No.
Okay. Questions or comments for Reg? All right. So let's put the 8 bullet points up, and then we'll scroll through those, and then we'll go through a sense of the committee. Kristen. All right. Now, demonstrated need, whether the project funding is request is data driven. And I don't know that I think that we're relying on kind of what we know about how organizations run, right? Is that Reg? Do we have?
Correct. And recommendations from all our consultants.
And consulting recommendations. Good. Impact, of course, we know what the purpose is of having the assistant executive director in place. It's kind of fully in connection with your other rehabilitation program and capital rehab programs. Leverage, you are asking for 50% from CPC, and you'll be funding the other 50% internally through NHA, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Urgency, I think that's kind of self-evident. You've got a lot going on. and it's happening now. I guess the likelihood of success, that the project will achieve its stated goals here, that will the executive director help, the assistant executive director help? I assume that is the case. If we don't fund, I assume that's going to just have a financial pinch on the housing authority, correct?
Correct.
And again, this falls into our, the other three applications: issues of equity, fairness, worthiness, community norms, and of course, public input. Okay. All right. It seems like we're hitting all the bases on that one. All right. Any additional questions? And then what we'll do is we'll go through and have a sense of the committee. And remember, this is both a sense, and if you have some suggestions about modifying any funding, we'll hear that too. Okay. Question from Mr. Zimbo. Rick, raise your hand. You got your hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is kind of a question we can probably anticipate from the Finance Committee when we appear before them in a couple of weeks. But the question is, what happens after these next 2 years? If this is a funded project for 2 years, is it assumed at that point that the position will stay in place and will be fully funded by the Housing Authority?
Yes.
Okay, and so then the follow-up question to that, knowing how sometimes the Finance Committee thinks, is why are you requesting 2 years? Why don't we just do it for 1 year and the Housing Authority absorb the money in year 2 and make it a full-time position if it's going to be a full-time position going forward?
Because we expect that the additional funding that will be continuing this will not be coming in time to fund it for a year or two.
Okay, fine. I just want to make sure we had that answer.
No, those are good questions. And that's it. Those are important questions, and everybody knows that. That's good. Those are important questions. Okay. I think that's in part of the material. I think that was in the materials, Reg, if I'm not mistaken.
I'm not to the detail that Rick asked it, so I think
Okay.
it's useful. It's tied to that first application and the repositioning and the time frame when we think those applications will be successful, and when that additional funding will start flowing through. It'll fund the bricks and mortar part of what we want to do for Seabed, High Rock, and Cook, but it'll also fund the ongoing employment of this assistant executive director here.
So what would help us, Reg, is if you do put that in a written form, okay? Because that will come up, okay?
Yep.
Just makes our job a little easier. All right, additional questions. All right, let's go through this into the committee. Joe Barnes.
I think with all that the Housing Authority has going on, and with the anticipation that they will have more to do with the successful applications they've sent forward, or hopefully they'll be successful, I think there's a need for this position. I would support it wholeheartedly.
Okay, Artie Crocker.
And yeah, likewise, the need is clear. If we're gonna be going for more affordable housing, low-income housing, we need to make it possible, and this helps make that possible. So yeah.
Bob Dermody.
Yes.
Laura Dorfman.
Absolutely.
Jean McKnight.
Yes, support it.
And Chris Gerson.
Yes, support.
Rick Zimbo.
My answer is yes. And just to follow up, for the purposes of just putting together the longer term financial analysis, I assume the funding for this was going to be coming out of the free cash bucket. It was less than 100,000. And it's typically, we reserve about 150,000 per year of free cash for small expenditures like this. So that's why it came out of that bucket. Dave Davison may decide to change it when he looks at it.
Okay, that's very helpful to know. Thank you. And Chair, yes. And there's support and there is precedent for it. And this is kind of a classic use of community housing funds. Okay, question by Bob Dermody. Question.
I defer to Kristen and then I'll go.
Kristen, question.
You learn
Sorry,
it,
Mr.
boy.
Chair. I just for clarity of the record, I assume everybody understands, but you passed over Reg Foster on both 3 and 4 for sense of the committee, and I just want to be transparent for the minutes.
Okay, good. Sorry, Reg, why didn't you speak up?
I think I'm in favor of number 3, and I think I'm in favor of number 4.
Okay, I don't have my sheet in front of me and I'm looking at you and I'm trying to figure it out. Great,
Thank
Kristen,
you,
great.
Kristen. That's
Thank
right.
you. Thanks. You could have just filled it in anyway. All right, Bob Dermody, question.
A question for Mr. Zambone, if I may, Mr. Chair, something about Dave Davison deciding from where the money comes. Isn't that kind of our job, or am I mistaken?
You know,
Or is that a big old can of worms?
no, I mean, we have input but it's, you know, this is an input. Yes, we have input. Yes, we have a lot of input. And yes, we decide, but he's an expert. Okay, we want to
But
rely
he's
on.
not on this committee.
No, but you know,
I know, I'm being
No.
serious. I
know that.
I'm
I
hoping you
know.
understand, because when I hear someone else is changing where the money comes from, when we spend all this time figuring out what we want to spend money on, I get concerned.
Okay,
And maybe
Fair
that's out of ignorance, but I still have the concern.
okay.
Well,
Fair
I mean,
enough.
aren't we
All
just,
right, wait a minute, just let me make this clear. When we vote for these articles, we have to vote from what the account is that we're going to be drawing from. So you will be deciding that,
Thank you.
okay? You will be deciding that. No one, it doesn't get changed after that. It's a vote and you're going to establish where it comes from. Now, how we get to that place, we can rely a little bit on our experts, right?
Absolutely.
Feel
Thank
comfortable
you.
with that?
Yep.
Okay, all right. Okay,
May I have 30 more seconds?
absolutely.
I just wanted to thank everybody for their support this evening. I realize there's, still some questions about application 3, and I look forward to addressing all those concerns to the best of my ability. But I just wanted to say thank you on behalf of the Needham Housing Authority. And then one other thing, I would request, with the chairman's permission, that anybody and everybody who has any comments or improvements on the frequently asked questions draft handout that you all have, even if little things, better ways of explaining things, questions we overlooked, that sometimes you can know too much about everything and you kind of miss something that a relatively underinformed town meeting member was going to want to know. Really would appreciate it if you would take a few minutes and in whatever form get your suggestions back to me.
Great. Let's get, so try and do that soon. Well, we have where they're going to be used at town meeting, but it'd be nice to have them as a handout at the public hearing. So it's so it's on the 16th. So if you can get Reg your comments, let's say by next meeting, which we're going to be meeting next week at this time. I think it's going to be a substantially shorter meeting. Okay, thanks, Rich. Okay, now we're on to FY 2305. This is the Emery Grover project. And we have one of the liaisons.
I'll take this one, Joe. I'll take this one. So I trust you're familiar with the project. We've been discussing it for a while. There have been no material changes recently. The last update I gave still stands from last week, and that was in regard to trying to get a better understanding of how the architect and proponent have come up with the number they feel is CPC eligible. And however we feel about that, the amount that we're already thinking about giving is way, way below what they think is eligible. So in some senses, it's a little bit of a moot point. But Hank Haft did spend some time with me, provided an additional review of a document that made it clear that it was really the materials, the bricks and mortar, quite literally, to restore the historic preservation aspects, code compliance issues. So some of the materials will be new, certainly. But it spoke directly to the CPA Act. The amount has not changed, and I'm happy to go through the parameters as you see fit, Mr. Chair.
Oh, that would be great if you did, Bob. You got it. Let's put up those the 8 factors, Kristen. And Professor Dermody will now be making this presentation.
Yes, I believe the project is in fact data driven. It's been studied by lots of different organizations in town. The impact, I feel, will impact the ability of the town to maintain their high level of education provided in the town at the public schools. The leverage question, I always find this one interesting, because all of this is a negotiation, how much we will contribute, how much will the town. So I don't know if that's leverage or not, but that obviously factors in. I personally feel it is urgent. The building can't wait any longer. And it's not just about the building, it's also about our school committee and having a proper legal place for them to work and for everybody to access legally as under federal law requires. But it would have repercussions if we didn't do it in the sense of, where will school committee go? They're not going to be able to stay in that building much longer, et cetera. I believe with the amount of money that's been spent on pre-design and design so far, thinking it through with the consultants has a likelihood of success. I guess I jumped ahead to the consequences of not funding it. We'll force the town maybe to come up with the money or abandon the project. And we don't really know. We can't control that. Subjective factors. I think in a sense it's equitable in the sense that it would help every public school child in town and their parents and their families and everybody else who lives in the town for that matter. And then we'll have to wait and see what the public input is. I guess we have a little sense of that from town meeting since they had voted in favor of it last fall to spend the money to get going on the project. So those are my thoughts.
Okay, thanks, Bob. Joe, do you have anything to add?
No, I think Bob was very clear on the project, and I think we've kicked this can down the road long enough. And I think that the school department has been extremely patient and very professional in living in the conditions they've been living in. I think it's time that we act in some way. I don't know how much, but I think that the dollar figure is still up in the air. But I think that we owe it to the administration. And I think we owe it to the teachers and the others that work in the school department to move forward so that something other than what they're living in now gets done.
Okay, thank you, Joe. Okay, Kristen, any data you need?
I have no questions because the application appears to be the same.
Same. Application is the same. All right. Any questions or comments? All right. Let's go through this. We can have a sense of the committee. And this, let's just be frank. I think this is going to be one of the articles that we're going to have to discuss the question of funding. Okay, because and I think that will come up. And so if we can get a sense of the committee, the application, you should note, requests $6 million. The eligibility level was substantially more than that under the act. And we had Bob Dermody, just to remind everybody, Bob went through this exercise of actually examining what the cost is for actually restoring the historical structure, the bricks and mortar, and bringing up the building to code. So electric, mechanical, plumbing, the elevator, etc. Okay, and that's where we got a spreadsheet that exceeds $6 million request. Okay. All right, I just want to make sure Bob, did I fairly represent that?
Yes.
Okay, just for clarity purposes. Okay, so Joe Barnes. Now the other thing is, Joe, you haven't had the benefit, but I think that you got a primer from your buddy Rick about the kind of financial issues that we're dealing with. So one of the questions I think that I want to ask you is, and this is, I don't want to be unfair to the process or to you, but if you have a sense of what you, are you supportive? A, and if you have a sense of where, of if you would fully fund this at the requested amount or some lesser amount, then you can express that as well. Okay. I just don't want to put you on, I don't want to put everyone on the spot, if you know what I mean. Some people may not have a real sense of the numbers, but if you have a sense of that, please offer that. Okay. So Joe Barnes.
Well, obviously, I'm very much in favor of the project. I would like to provide as much as CPC funding can provide without bankrupting us going forward. Now, whether that's 6 or 4 or 5, Rick and I did not have a follow-up, and then I take the blame for that. He was going to give me a follow-up primer. And so I don't want to put a figure on it, but I would like to provide as much as we possibly can to be sure that the project gets done or the application is approved.
Okay, that's, so you've said you're very supportive and you want to, you've given a range and you want to allocate as much as you can within that range in order to ensure that the project gets done.
That's exactly right.
Okay, good. All right. So now let's move on to Artie Crocker.
Artie, you're muted.
Sorry, gang.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, sorry about that, guys. Yeah, I mean, I'm in favor of it. Because historically, I think it's something we should be doing. We can't ignore historical structures. Not that every historical structure needs to be restored, not every single one, but I think this is one that's worthy of it. Exactly where I am in the range, I'm not sure. I'm not more than 6. I think I'm fairly confident about that one. Exactly where I am in the range, I'm not sure. And I want to, I need to think about it more. I want to hear a little bit more what's happening with the finance committee, or some thoughts about other projects coming down the line of the school, in this case, of the school projects coming down the line. But again, I'm in favor, just not sure what total yet coming out of our buckets, that's all.
Okay, thank you, Artie. All right, Bob Dermody.
I am emphatically in favor of this project, as high as we can go, without really hurting our finances for other projects in the future. But this is our one opportunity to get this right for this building. I don't want to lose the building because we didn't fund it at a certain amount. So I'm willing to still go up to 6 million.
Okay. Laura Dorfman.
I'm in favor of it, but not at the expense of affordable housing right now. So I don't know how we put the puzzle pieces together. I'd like to do something. I really feel strongly about the building, but there's such a need for affordable housing right now. It was in the appraisal. There's a whole paragraph about how we have the 11th highest median house price in the state. There's such a need. It speaks to the initiatives of Nuwari, diversity and inclusion. So as much as I agree 100% is needed with Emery Grover, if we don't have enough money, I feel like I don't want the affordable housing initiatives to suffer.
Okay.
Sorry about that, everybody, if you don't agree with me.
No, great point.
No apologies are
I
necessary.
wish I'd said that, Laura. Thank you.
You want to apologize, Bob? Is that what you?
I'll talk to Laura off record.
Okay.
Okay. Let's see. Chris Gersel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am in full support of this. I definitely think we could use some creative financing to get that way. I just remember with first getting on the CPC and Dr. Gudigans coming in that he pretty much said, let's take care of the kids first, let's take care of the schools and do what we need to do, and then we can wait on the building for the employees. I think that time has come, and I think Mr. Dermody said it, the building is deplorable. It's not up to code, it's not fair. to have town employees that work for the schools work in such horrible, conditions, that I think it's time for it, and this is the need.
Okay. And Reg Foster, I'm not going to skip you. Reg. Unmute.
Thank you. Acknowledging obviously that we've got a lot going on in the housing area, and setting that aside for a minute. The way I look at this project after a lot of thought is that, yes, it's historic restoration, but it's really different than what any other historic restoration project that we funded in the past. And what do I mean about that? I mean, if you take the projects we've improved for the Historical Society for Preservation of Artifacts in the past, or if you take the town clerk's projects for preservation of town records going back 200 or 300 years and digitizing them and making them available to the public, or even the town hall restoration, that's basically spending the money to restore whatever the project is, to restore it to its original use, or preserve it for its existing use, for another decade or century to come. So in this case, I view this project as, and I support it as a historic restoration, and I want this project to go forward and save the Emery Grover building. But I've never bought the 85% calculation. I buy that you can do it that way, under the CPA law. That's, I don't think anybody's pulling off a fast one or anything, but the spirit of the law, we're really restoring the exterior membrane of the building, and then putting the building to use in a completely new set of purposes, not setting up the old classrooms of 100 years ago and using it the way it was used 100 years ago. Whereas one could argue that's what we have done with Town Hall and these other projects. I think I'm not as concerned that this project isn't going to go forward, regardless of how much money we appropriate to it from the CPA, because the school committee has made and the school department has made an extremely persuasive case to my ears that even if they tore it down and built a new building, it would cost the same amount of money. So, they're clearly, it's if it's the choice of doing a complete tear down and building a new building in that location versus restoring it, they probably will choose restoring it. It's not going to be, CPA funds are not going to make any significant difference in that decision, because of the case that's been made by the school department as to the fact that those two alternatives are roughly the equivalent in cost. So I'm leaning in the direction of absolutely supporting that with some CPA funding, but I don't think it's at the $6 million level. I don't have any scientific basis for saying what it is. I have a gut feel that it's something less than 6 million and more than 1 million. And that's sort of where I'm at this time, at this juncture anyway.
Are you saying your range, you don't know how much
If I had to pick a number, I'd pick 3 million, but I have no scientific or analytical basis for putting that out there. But in weighing that, and then weighing our 6 factors with, our 8 factors are supposed to be weighing. I deliberately decided not to go through them individually in this sense. I'm just trying to give you a sense. But yeah. I think if you go through the 8 factors and, kind of looked at each one of them, you'd come out with something that was, some sort of support, but not at the $6 million level.
Okay. Let's see. It's Gene McKnight.
Yes, I've been involved in following the design of this project as it's gone on over the past actually couple of years, because designs as they've changed have been presented to the planning board. Not in the context of seeking a permit, but just to keep the planning board apprised of what's happening. And I think I'm very glad that it's come to the current design that doesn't have an addition in the back. And the IT, the group of the school department will be housed elsewhere so that everybody can fit in that building. Although I know that the project would go forth one way or another without our funding. I think that the preservation of this building, even if it is focused on the exterior and not on a historic use, is of value to the town. This is an important site near the center of our town. It's been used for school purposes, and it still is, in a sense, school purposes. So I'm generally in favor of it, and I comfortably went along with the 6 million until I saw the financial reports over the coming years at our last, I think it was our last meeting, and I was frankly shocked. I mean, I haven't been on the committee long enough to have a realization of how the dollars work, and I certainly hope we can fund it at least to 3 million, and perhaps even 4 or 5. But I think we're going to have to cut back the amount of funding that we give to this project. I mean, it's a needed project. It's an urgent project, but we can't spend so much on it that in years to come it's not affordable housing. Of course I support, but I also support open space. I want to see some available money to be spent on the other roles of the Community Preservation Committee.
Thank you, Jean. That's very thoughtful. Let's see. So now we're left. Is it Rick Zambone, please?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I've been studying this now for a while, and as far as the historic building is concerned, I'm all for supporting the refurbishment of it as a historic structure. More importantly, I'm very much in favor of finding a place for our town employees in the school department to go where their health and safety and work environment is such that they can feel comfortable about going to work and not worrying about what they're going to come down with, or whether it's going to be heated today, or whether it's going to be too hot, whatever it might be. And we've been struggling with this for altogether too long. For those of you who remember Chip Laffey, when I was first on the finance committee, Chip Laffey and I, who was in charge of buildings back then, went through the school department building and did an energy assessment of the building. And we also looked at it from the functionality perspective. And this was probably 15 years ago. And it was a disaster back then, and we haven't done a single thing to upgrade the building since then. So I'm all for going forward with the project, and I'll support it. But my problem is what we can afford to support it at. And I've asked a couple times now, and I still haven't got an answer as to, if we were not to fund it to the full $6 million amount, where would the other sources of funds for this project come from? Where would the town, let's assume, just for the sake of discussion, we decided to fund it for $3 million. Where would the town come up with the additional $3 million? And where would it come from? Do they take that $3 million away from one of the reserve accounts that the finance committee puts money into every year? Do they take it out? Do we have any free cash available to do this? We're all one town, and we don't have to be a bank that loans the school department or the town $6 million to get the project done. What is it can the rest of the town afford, so that it doesn't, for all intents and purposes, bankrupt the Community Preservation Committee moving forward, where we have to beg, borrow, and steal money, defer projects to be able to fund this to the tune of $6 million. I don't particularly care about how the bottom line number is justified, My view of it is what can we afford to pay? And I think later on in this meeting, if we still have time, we'll be discussing the various projects that perhaps can be deferred, some of the projects that can be cut back. And that will tell us a little bit more about the dollar value that we could perhaps afford. I tried to do that following up our meeting last week and did my own defer this, move that, cut this back, reduce this amount of money. And quite honestly, the best we can do is probably around $3 or $4 million from a financial perspective. That and that doesn't address Bob Dermody's comment from last week, is which is better? Is it better to finance it? Is it better to pay cash? We have money in both buckets. It's probably better off being split, but I'd really want to talk to our expert, Mr. Davison. I don't pretend to be an expert on this, but he's going to be a valuable input to the committee. But I just, subject to, unless we have some radical changes later on, I'm not sure we can afford to spend $6 million on this project, in spite of what we may or may not have committed to the school committee last year. We didn't have the numbers we have from the Housing Authority last year. We've got a substantial amount of project money that we need to come up with, particularly as we get out in time for some of the projects that the Housing Authority wants to put forward. We also have a number of projects that the Park and Rec and Department want to propose, and some of that may be postponed. I mean, just a simple question, and I know I'm talking too long, but just a simple question as to whether $1 million or $1.5 million is the appropriate amount of money to put for the construction of the tennis court. In that situation, if we only spend $1 million, there's another $500,000 that could go towards Emery Grover. And we're going to get into this a little bit later, but I mean, I'm for it. My sense of my committee here is that we can probably afford $3 to $4 million, but that's subject to further discussion later on in the meeting.
Okay, so I am supportive of the project. One of the reasons that we had Bob go through the exercise of the cost of the restoration of the shell was to address the very issue that Reg Foster has brought up, which is the distinction, the fact of the matter. I mean, the underlying premise of Bob going through that exercise was, in fact, our understanding that this project was different than Town Hall. And so I think that we've adequately addressed that, and there's certainly adequate justification for the committee to fund the $6 million. And the question becomes affordability. My thinking on that is that I'm looking at it in a very macro sense, but if the historic preservationists were responsible for basically setting priorities for how they want to spend those restricted funds in historic preservation, then looking at it in a very macro sense, basically you could fund a $3 million bond from the contributions to the restricted fund. And in my sense, in a very macro, very broad way, is that seems like the minimal amount of money that we could that's the floor on this kind of range. And I think that we're all kind of there, but I see it as something that it can easily be serviced through debt that's drawing from the restricted funds for historic preservation. And there's probably there may be some other ways by pushing projects in advance to come up with maybe the balance of the three, but somewhere in between the balance of the three and bringing us up to 6, but we'll have to see about that. But I think I get the sense, if I may, the committee is almost all in the range of 3 to 6. No one is saying no to 6. No one is saying less than 3. All of us are expressing the similar kind of concern about managing kind of limited resources and getting some additional information about what happens if we don't approve the full $6 million request. Is that right? Is that almost universal in a way, right? With the sense of the committee of what some people have expressed higher priorities. I just want to note that one of the, it is true, and this is one of the things, I'm not going to speak a lot. So, but one of the things that Rick has often pointed out is how kind of debt crowds out other opportunities. And Gene, pointed out one, which is, we have this open space bucket that we could have, we could potentially be growing. We could potentially be using general reserve funds to actually acquire a parcel of open space. And she's looking at that as a long-term priority. Okay, so that's something to bear in mind when you are using a lot of debt service numbers that are drawing from general reserve funds to service the debt. You're going to crowd out other opportunities. Okay, so I'm generally supportive. I think $3 million is the floor. I would like to look for creative ways to bring that up and ways that will assure the long-term viability of the CPC and its opportunity to spend its reserve funds on other opportunities that might come up. Okay, that's my sense. Laura Dorfman.
I'm sorry, but in addition to being exhausted from 3 night meetings in a row and 3 12-hour work days, I now have another work emergency and I just have to go. I'm so sorry.
Okay, that's fine, Laura. We appreciate it. Thank you. Okay.
I'm so sorry. Okay, bye-bye.
All right.
Thanks, Laura. Bye.
I think what we'll do, let's do this for tonight. Let's make sure, let's get through the sense of the committee on all of these grants applications, or we'll continue to pick up speed. And then we may just have to do a very short, but just a really short session on generally what we want to talk to Dave about for Monday. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. So now let's go on to our next application, which is FY23. Someone's going to have to help me. What's the next one up?
07 tennis
07.
courts.
Okay, the tennis courts.
Is that right, Kristen? As soon as I said it. Joe, I'm gonna lob it over to you.
No, you take it. I've got a
Okay.
problem here with my computer.
Oh, good call. All right, so Needham High School tennis courts project. Let me pull up my other screen here real quick. No new updates. There has been one interchange post presentation with Stacy. I called her, say, are there any updates? She said no. This one has the distinction of having quite a large range in the estimated total project cost, which to my knowledge and belief has not changed. The low number is 550,000. The high number is 1.55 million.
I did call Stacy as well, and she said, have you talked to Bob? And I said, no. She said, well, I just talked to him. So she couldn't give me any further information as well. So we've been in contact with her.
And I was a former tennis player. I did visit the actual site of the courts once I remembered that they'd been moved up from the parking lot. That's how long I haven't played on them. But I did find them. They do exist, and they're in tough shape. And that's where they are. They do need to be improved. I have concerns about them not being maintained. And that's another discussion maybe that might factor in here. I probably should have said I had the same concerns of why every Grover was in the condition it's in, but here we are. So that's it. I'll stop there. Joe?
If I
Sorry,
can just
Mr. Chair.
If I can repeat what was told the last time we discussed the tennis courts, they were done over in 2006. And the information that I have is that they've been not maintained at all since that time. So we've had pretty much a guarantee that if this is funded and we're able to refurbish them, that will not be the case going forward, that they will be maintained judiciously.
Why should we believe that? Are they going to have a line item for maintenance, or what? I mean, what's going to change?
Well, I think we've got different leadership now than we had then. I think there are people overseeing the projects, and I think that we're bringing it to their attention, which may not have been the case back in 2006 going forward. So I think that we're kind of looking over their shoulders and making it very clear that we expect our money to be spent wisely and the maintenance to be part of it.
Okay, maybe a little late, so sorry if I was being a little brusque in my questions. All right. Okay. Any other questions? So maybe you've answered this already, and so again, it might be late. Do we have any better sense of the range of the cost?
My understanding from Stacy is that the low number is for a resurface option, and the high number is to build new tennis courts.
Okay.
Based on my limited knowledge of tennis courts, because I will tell you that it looks to me as though you're going to need the higher number or above the 500. It doesn't look like it's a resurfacing. It looks like it's more of a digging and doing some work below the surface rather than just resurfacing. That's my humble opinion.
Okay, so let's go through the factors here. Oh, do we have any other questions or comments? Jean McKnight.
We're still at the 50,000 request, is that correct? Okay, thanks.
Yes, for design, Jean.
Yes, thank you, Jean.
Yeah.
The design to figure out the other side.
Right. That's what my understanding is. The money, if granted, will be used to figure out what needs to be done. So it's in essence more of a feasibility request, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Or a assessment, I guess, might be a better word.
Assessment sounds nice.
Yeah. Hand is up by Rixenbaum.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, just for the sake of expediency and to help try and bring this meeting to a conclusion, I just want to beg your indulgence, and because Mr. Gerso and I had an updated discussion about what happened at the Park and Rec Committee meeting, and there's been a couple changes on some of the future of this project, and possibly on the McLeod Field project. So I just want to bring that to the committee's attention, because one of the options, well, I'll let Chris, if you allow me, Mr. Chair,
sure,
to ask for Chris to
I like that. Yeah, I like this information to be brought forward.
Yeah. So thank you very much, Rick, and thank you very much, Mr. Chair. When we originally withdrew Claxton, we knew that we had McLeod in the pipeline because we had design funds going, that we knew it was a project that we had coming on. That when we found out that Claxton wasn't going to be a suitable location for the scope of the project that we wanted to do, we knew that we had McLeod waiting in the wings. Now, at the time, we were taking the budgetary number that we had for McLeod, or excuse me, for Claxton, and we just used it towards, McLeod as a placeholder, if you should say. With speaking with Ed Olson of going where the figures are, we were able to actually back down the numbers a little bit. So instead of the $1.8 million figure that we had for Claxton / McLeod as a placeholder, we're going to be probably closer to the $1.5 million range. Reason being, again, this is just the kind of the layman's term, is that the scope of the work that we want to do at McLeod, we already have some of those factors already built in, because there is already electricity going to some of the parts of the field. So we wouldn't have to worry about doing a bigger scope like we were going to do at Claxton. So that number will be coming down, in the future. It was just, we originally used it as a placeholder. That's what we wanted it. We're doing some more research. We've come down to more of the $1.5 million range for a renovation of McLeod Field. Now, also in regards to the tennis courts, that yes, it's kind of, the chicken or the egg. Is it going to be the lower amount or the higher amount? And I think we're nailing it by saying, like, we need to do the design, the assessment, the feasibility, whatever you want to say, to see what we need to do. I mean, we don't want to guess, but we don't want to cut ourselves short of, not asking for the right amount to fix that. I mean, Joe and, Bob, you've both been there. it's in horrible condition, but we know something has to be done. So that's why we're hiring the experts that do this, so they can actually give us a better figure of what it is. That once we get that figure of what it is, we will decide, is this something we need to do immediately? Or is this something that we can kind of do down the road, depending on what that price tag might be? So we're looking at all the options. That's why we want to have the consultant go in, give us an in-depth of, give us your best case scenario, tell us what's good, what's bad, and let us know everything about it, because that's the only way that we're going to make an informed decision of what's going to happen.
Okay, so, so it doesn't, so have you, as a committee,
Mhm.
made any decision to push back the timeline on the funding of any of these projects?
For the two that I just mentioned, McLeod is not going to be pushed, but we want to see what the numbers come in for the tennis courts.
But so that's is that a no for both?
As of right now, without knowing the numbers for the tennis courts, it's a no. It definitely is a no for McLeod, but like I said, we want to see what the numbers come in for
So
tennis courts.
what would make it a no? What would make it a yes for the tennis courts?
Oh God, if it came in at that low number, I mean, that's a very, manageable number to work with. Like that frees up $1 million worth that we were kind of anticipating.
Okay.
If it comes in at say 1.6 and we've got to, level it, that's something that we've got to, as a commission, make sure if it makes the sense to do it at this time. I mean, again, I'm just speaking for myself. There are 4 other commissioners that we need to, and a director, an assistant director, and also an athletic director at the high school that we need to have a sit down to say, what's the best action plan that we can go through? I mean, if it comes in at 1.8, I mean, that's a big ask right there.
So some people have suggested that the obligation of the tennis court should be a financial obligation of the Needham Public Schools.
It is not under the jurisdiction of the Needham schools.
I understand that, but
It's
if it's primarily used by the Needham High School, why isn't that part of their budget? I don't really care about jurisdiction.
If you look, none of the fields that the high school use are under any of their budgets. Like Brocken Founders, not under the high school budget, and all the high school teams play there. Memorial Field, not under the school's budget. That's under the Memorial Park trustees.
Okay.
So why would you do for one if you're not doing
Okay,
it?
that answers. So they don't ever, so the public schools, Needham Public Schools don't ever fund any capital projects related to athletic facilities, other than their brick and mortar building.
The
So you're
only other kind of caveat I would say is in regards to the playgrounds that are at the school too. They pay for the playgrounds that are at the school. Park and Rec maintains them and does the work for it. But that again falls under us, but the schools are primarily the ones that are paying for that.
Okay, so the schools pay for playgrounds.
I mean, Kristen, am I close? 75%?
It's
Some of
a,
the playgrounds.
it's a conversation. So it's the Park and Recreation is in charge of playgrounds. They are the bylaw of the town of Needham bylaw. They are the people for the playgrounds. That's the law. They have to have we have certifications to uphold playgrounds. If there's a problem at the playgrounds, they call Park and Rec. They do not do the maintenance or anything themselves. So when they're talking about improvements to it, an example, Mitchell just got a swing for a child that has dwarfism that was funded by Park and Rec. We work with the schools, funded by Park and Rec.
We all, in the past, we did have applications that came before us that were going to be funded, and then they were withdrawn because the public school, because they came out of the public school budget.
Yes, it's a take and give. So if the schools are like, we want to do this improvement to the schools and we have this money, the Park and Rec is not gonna be like, no, we don't want your money. That's not a
Right.
thing.
Okay.
But in general, it's a on a school property specifically, it is a consideration between both. It's actually 3-part, but DPW and Park and Rec and the schools to manage the projects there, manage the equipment. Park and Rec is under the jurisdiction to maintain and to observe and to ensure safety at the playgrounds. That's 100% Park and Rec. But the schools they don't just put a new playground structure on the playground. It has to be a collaboration with Park and Rec, if that makes sense.
Sure. Okay. I don't want to hog the floor. Okay.
Yeah.
Some hands.
Mr.
Yep.
Chair, I
Yep.
shared my screen here again, just as a follow-up on Chris's comment. And if you note here that these two items relate to this whole row here. Oops, excuse me.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, I know it. I messed it up.
Oh,
Getting all
no,
over the place. He's getting nervous fingers.
no, he's
No,
getting a little
that's-
tired.
That's all right. Yeah, it's late in the night. Here, high school tennis courts. We've got 50,000 this year. Right now in the budget, we have little more than 1.5 million based on the worst case scenario. I just revised McLeod to make it 1.5 up here.
Mhm.
And we have between the 1.5 and the 1.5. We don't have sufficient funds to fund both projects next year. So if McLeod is the priority, then what I would propose is that this number, the 1.5 million, be cut out of here and moved out a year. And you have the $50,000 being spent this year, approved and spent this year, to define what that $1.55 million will be in 2025. And that allows the finances to flow a lot better. And so I just throw that out for the committee's consideration.
That's helpful. Good, thank you. That's very helpful. All right, good job. Okay, we are a volunteer army here. That's good. All right, so let's see. And there was another hand up, I thought.
It was already, but I think you got to go somewhere.
Okay, so all right. All right. So all right, so now let's go through. Artie's back. Artie, hand up. Ready?
Yeah, Pete, yeah, just a minor thing, and that is, fund shifting. Things have changed over the time, and sure, a number of us will probably know that things used to be funded by Department A, then it gets shifted over to Department B. And so, keep that in mind as far as when we're talking school department, what's going on with funding, because they used to fund many more things than the funding now, then it gets shifted over to, the other town department or park and rec, things like that. So it may be the way it is now, but it didn't used to be that way as far as how we're looking at funds. So just kind of keep that in mind, how things get shifted around over time for whatever reason, bad, good, or indifferent. That's what's been going on. That's all.
Okay. All right, good. Any other comments? All right, good. Let's go through our sense of the committee. Okay, we'll start with Joe. Is Joe available? We'll go back to Joe unless he's not available. All right, let's go with Artie. Artie?
Just to give you a point of reference, like I was massively in favor of funding like McLeod Field, Claxon Field, things such as that. But they were pulled back. Our funds are getting scarce. I played at the tennis courts. It would be nice, but I'm not in favor of it at this point.
Okay, Joe Barnes. We're going to sense of the committee.
Muted, Joe.
They're not going to improve on themselves, and I think that we're relocating players to other fields to compete. I think we can avoid that by going forward with this project. I respect Rick's opinion about the money being available, but if I'm going to say yay or nay, I think the project has to go forward. So I'm in favor of it.
Okay. Bob Dermody.
Not sure. It's short money right now. 50,000 compared to all the other numbers we're tossing around is pretty small to keep the ball rolling, so to speak, on this one. And then, we'll find out later how much we really need to spend. So in one sense, we should be able to afford 50,000 to keep this project moving, but I'd rather fund other things. So I'm leaning towards no.
Okay. Reg Foster.
Yeah, so I'm basically okay. My sense is I'm okay with spending the $50,000. I think that's a good investment of funds. to figure out what to do with this. My takeaway is it's a very challenging issue of what to do here, that it isn't clear. But my concern is that if it really is 1.5 million to, create a permanent solution, I think that's going to be a lot heavier lift for me down the road. Because if you go back to our criteria, there are 8 criteria. I think there are several of the 8 criteria that, a project spending 1.5 million would fall short of, and those would be impact, how many people are being served by this, the tennis team and whoever else uses those courts. That's not a lot of people. It would be leverage. There's not any leverage here whatsoever. And then it's too soon to ask for that for the actual project, but it seems to me it wouldn't pass the leverage test, a year or 2 from now, even if we had the money, taking Rick's point, if it all had to come from CPA, and then, the likely consequences of the CPA PC not funding the project. I mean, I don't think that schools are going to say, okay, I'm sorry, no more tennis team. Sorry, we're not going to do that. They're going to continue to do something else. And so, I'm good for the, this project, but I've got my doubts based on what we know now about, the amount of money that's going to be needed from CPA, from the schools as advertised today, to actually fix the problem.
Okay, thank you, Reg.
And I think it would give us better data, everybody better data to do the $50,000 project, and that would help us all one way or the other here.
Okay, Chris Gerson.
Shockingly, I am for this. But just to kind of put it simply, you can't get B without A. That we won't know what the big number is until we know what the design or the feasibility or assessment's going to be. So we have to do something to find out what it's going to be. And also, just for a little clarification of use of the courts, it's not just the high school teams. We also do tennis programs through Park and Rec. The public uses that. We have tennis badges that we make revenue off of having people going to these tennis courts. The high school courts can't actually be used during the day because they are so close to the school. So the only times they are able to be used is in the off season, that when there is no school. Unlike a Mills, where you could use all types during the day because it's not attached to a school, and Newman is far enough away from the school that you can actually access that court 5 or 7 days a week, even during school. So it's pretty much of when school is in session at the high school, you cannot use those tennis courts. When school is out of session, you do have the use for that, and we could use it for our summer programs, which are revenue driven.
Okay. Jean McKnight.
Right from the start, I have not been enthusiastic about this project. And I think I'm the one who may have been others who asked the question of why we're using community preservation funds to pay for projects that are on school property and are used for school purposes. I think it's different from Cricket Field or other fields, or even Memorial Park, which is not under the jurisdiction of the school committee. When I use the word jurisdiction, I mean, I'm supposing that these tennis courts are on a parcel of land that is the high school parcel of land. And that's what I mean by jurisdiction. And it's that land is under the jurisdiction of the school committee. I'm embarrassed as a long-term town meeting member that I'm a little unclear about the maintenance and responsibility that Park and Rec has, apparently, according to what Chris said, over outdoor recreation facilities at the schools. Maybe that, of course, he says it's true. I'm sure it's true, but that doesn't make it really, for me, a park and rec project. So I'm in general not enthusiastic about a project like this. And here, you know, I don't know, there just seems to be, it's a hardscape project. That's one problem I have with it. You know, at least a Little League field it's active recreation, but it's open and grass, and I don't know, it's just different. And so I'm just not in favor of the project.
Okay. That leaves Rick Zimbo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm in favor of spending the $50,000 just to get better clarity and better definition. It's $50,000 that's coming out of free cash. One of the reasons why is if we find out from the investment of the $50,000, what is the ultimate cost to fix this? That's going to require a totally different discussion as to whether or not we're going to spend $1.5 million for, how many tennis courts are there? And then 4 tennis courts, which is $375,000 apiece. Or are we going to, even if it was $500,000, that's $125,000 apiece. For $100,000, you could pave that area over and create additional parking up there for the high school. So, I mean, that's the kind of cost benefit justification. I hear from Chris that it's a revenue source, but how much revenue do you get out of the tennis badges? And could that possibly justify $1.5 million to fund the renovation of this? And as far as the high school students are concerned, down the road, they can continue to walk down to Mills Field or wherever they have to go to play. There's a couple of nice little tennis courts on the other side of Memorial Park. Maybe whoever belongs there can let the people, let the high school kids use those courts on a temporary basis when it comes time to do it, you know. But my point being is that $50,000 is money well spent to just do this, and let's deal with the additional expenditure in 2025 when it comes around again.
Okay, thank you. All right. I think I agree with Rick and with Reg, which is the $50,000 seems like money well spent. I am really concerned when we're talking about spending $1.5 million for 4 tennis courts, which apparently aren't even available to the public during any time when school is in session, and are used primarily for the tennis team. We just went through a 45-minute exercise of trying to figure out if we can spend more than $3 million for a school administration building. And now we're talking about one, and then a building that's going to serve the entire school system. So you know, the $50,000 is fine. Find out what the status of the courts are. I think that the $1.5 million would be a very big lift. And so I think that we have to be aware of that. Okay, so that would be I'm kind of just joining in with what both Mr. Zambone and Reg Foster said. All right, Bob Dermody.
Real quickly, thank you, Peter. I would like to say I disagree with everyone respectfully who said the 50,000 to get the other. I'd rather have Park and Rec find that money somewhere else, then come to us with the hard number, and then let's debate that number. I've always said, I think, that I'm not in favor of CPA funds being used to find out how much money to spend on things. Let's just spend money on things. I don't like you spending feasibility study money for CPA funds. I'd rather buy hard goods. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. All right, so that ends the tennis courts. Okay, so now we're up to FY23. What's our next one, Kristen? Oh, are we at 08?
09,
Oh,
the boat launch.
09 and the boat launch. Okay, that is Reg Foster. He is our liaison, not advocate on 09. Boat
Yeah.
launch.
So I will take another 30 seconds and make my comment about liaisons. And my comment is, I stand corrected. Of course, I used the wrong term there. But I view the role of a liaison as somebody who really helps the applicant do their best to present their best case for funding and helps them with the process. So it's not an advocate, as I was correctly, it's correctly noted by Chris, but I think it's a lot more than just a passive role. And I say that as I lead into this application, actually, because of that's exactly part of what I'm going to be reporting in a moment. I've done a lot to try to make this a really successful application, regardless of what we ultimately think of it here. And there's been some obstacles as follows. So I would just like to, put in the pitch that it's more than just, being a passive liaison, but it's really, what we run into is some obstacles. So first of all, the minutes from the Conservation Commission have been written for months and months and months. So there are no minutes available for the meetings in which the 2 meetings in which this boat launch was, considered by them. So I don't have any information to report. It was finally resolved a day or 2 ago that if I wanted to find out anything about what actually happened in those meetings, I could. I've got the recordings, but I haven't got the time to go sit there and listen through the recordings and see what actually happened. There seems to be a problem getting minutes done at the Conservation Commission here. And so I haven't done that. I just plain haven't had time to do that. Secondly, that there was supposed to be a Conservation Committee meeting last Thursday where they were going to come, everything was going to come to a head, and we were going to get an update on what the status of the application is there. And I discovered a day or so before I was going to sit through that meeting, and it turns out that there was a scheduling issue, and the town council could not attend the meeting to deal with the issues with the boat launch. And so, and Chris can help me out with that, but I just didn't listen to the meeting here. Not Chris, but Artie, I'm sorry. So basically we're sort of haven't made any progress since our last meeting, in that we have Artie's characterization of the sort of skepticism and doubts that have been raised in the past, but I don't have anything else to add to that. So that's where we're at right now.
Okay. Artie's hand is up. Artie.
Just my simple question is, what did the town council have to do with, what would their role have been as far as at the meeting?
I really don't know.
So
Okay.
let me, my understanding is that there was some question about the scope of the Concom's authority.
Interesting.
Okay. So at any rate, so is council going to be appearing before Concom anytime soon?
We're told that the meeting is not going to be 2 weeks from last Thursday.
Okay.
So a week from tomorrow.
Okay. All right. So I guess, you know, in my mind, this goes to kind of those factors for consideration, right? You know, the kind of there's, you know, kind of the ready, you know, I don't mean to jump in here, but it's a question of the readiness of the project. You know, is it baked or half baked? I mean, we don't have a final design, right? It's subject to Concom approval.
So-
Chris, go right ahead.
And
Jump
again,
in.
maybe it just might be a technicality of that where it comes down to a design. Yes, there is a design that has been done, but is it, you know, have to go through the conservation committee? Yes. So it's not like, oh, there isn't a design done. There is a design that is ready to be presented. It just hasn't gone to the you know.
Okay, yeah,
they
that's right.
obtain-
There is a design. It may be changed from input from Concom, but there is a design. It's not like, there is a design. Yes, I got it. It's an important point. I apologize. Okay. All right. Any questions for Reg? You've heard the initial presentation. It looks like things are kind of up in the air. Do you want to go through the exercise, Reg, of walking us through our factors for consideration, or how do you feel about that? You got that?
I think the big open question, you know, the biggest one is factor number 5, which is likelihood of success. You know, is sort of up in the air. Then I think in a lesser extent, your urgency, there's an, you know, remember, this is a design that was first funded in fiscal 2015, and finally the design is getting done now. And is the world going to come to an end if it goes for another year? I don't think so. You know, I do think we've got all the good information before us as to whether it's a worthy project or not, you know, the qualitative factors. I think the impact thing could be questioned, which is, you know, the greatest number served and so forth and so on. I mean, I think we're not talking about hundreds or, you know, of people using that boat launch. There's a subset of the community that will be using it. And I personally think it's, you know, the Charles River is one of our great untapped resources, you know, of town. You know, it wraps around us in 3 borders. It's beautiful all up and down it. It would be a tremendous natural resource to harness for that purpose. But it's not going to be because, you know, it's going to have the kind of same volume as Rosemary Pool. So, you know, I think in terms of our impact in our various new factors here, I think it's going to, you know, if we score it, it's not going to be a must do, you know, absolutely urgent thing right now. It's going to be somewhere in the middle range here of how we evaluate things here. It's obviously not a huge amount of money. But I think the kind of showstopper that's existing right now is we just really don't know, other than what Artie kind of informally reported to us 2 weeks ago, where things stand in terms of the likelihood of project success.
Okay, if I may, can I add to this just a little bit,
Sure,
which
please.
is kind of greatest good is really what is kind of really this kind of opportunity to access this natural resource is really what that would be, you know, and that factor. And then there is something, and it may have been buried a little bit, and I hope no one, but it wasn't lost on me, which was the presentation by Karis, who talked a lot about the equity issues involved in this project itself, because it's designed to make accessible the Charles River for people who would otherwise not have access to it. I mean, it's handicap, you know, people who are handicapped or have challenge on mobility issues, and she equated it to the money that we spent on the town reservoir, making that accessible to everyone. And so that was, that's, I just want to point out to people that I just want to make sure it wasn't lost on people, that, so that was really a big factor. But, certainly I agree with you on the questions of urgency and everything else that you say, but I just want to clarify that. Okay, does anyone else have anything to add on those or wrap up of those points? Okay, and so what is the amount of the funding request? Sorry, I don't have it in front of me, but I just want to make sure we've got that right for.
The mute, it just keeps moving.
Oh, yes.
It's $285,000
Great, okay,
for construction funding.
great, okay. And Lee, Jean has been, hold on.
Excuse me, 285,000, correct?
285,000. Yes.
Okay. Okay, so let's go through our sense in the committee, and we'll start with Joe Barnes. Sorry, Joe, you rose on the hot seat.
No, I think I'm going to hold off on support. I feels as though there are more questions that have to be answered in a ready application that doesn't have the concerns that have been raised. So I'm going to hold off right now.
Okay. Artie Crocker.
I don't know. I mean, it's, I don't know what's going to come out of the Concom, so I'm just holding off. I have no clue what's going to come out next week.
Okay, Bob Dermy.
Holding off with an additional comment that I'd like us to discuss if this could be a project that could be delayed so we can fund other, maybe more pressing, what we might decide is more pressing projects this year.
Okay.
But ideally, I do like the comment you made about providing more access to the river for all those interested.
Okay, Reg Foster.
Yeah, I think it doesn't pass. It's not on this 8-factor list, but it hasn't gotten to the sort of fully baked stage. And here we are in early March. And it can be postponed to the next funding cycle without, I think, any, hugely negative consequences. The fact that it took 5 years to use the money that we appropriated, town meeting appropriated, in 2015, I think indicates that, if it takes another 9 months and we go through the 2024 cycle, that would work if it turns out to be fully thought through. And I think the other thing I have some personal experience with Concom orders of conditions, and they've been largely very positive experiences, but it's a very particular board. It's it has a set of standards that they have developed over the years. Are quite important. So it quite possibly could be that this project can go forward, but it's going to be revised, substantially, which is going to affect the costs, which then adds to the fact that we don't really know what we're really going to need for this project until the Concom finishes its process.
Okay, and then Rick Simbo. Thank you. So let me just I want to get clear. So you're a.
I think it's a postpone.
Postpone. It's really not fully baked. Wait a year.
And maybe something in 2 weeks will come out of that meeting that changes that. So, we can consider that when that meeting takes place.
Okay, Rick Simbo.
You got Chris Gersel and Jean McKnight.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I was focused on this side. Okay. Chris Gersel.
I'm going to go a little bit more than half baked. I'm saying this thing's ready to come out of the oven. So I know it has to be Conservation Committee. We got to go through the correct checks and balances for, procedural wise. I agree. I'm fully for it. Not going to hide. I can't.
No, that's fine, Chris.
Speak your
And-
truth, Chris.
Gene McKnight.
Well, I'm so glad I'm following Chris because I had a feeling, oh no, people aren't supporting this. I went down there and walked the site last week.
Nice. Oh,
And my husband and I do a lot of walking in our open spaces. And I was completely unaware of this parcel that provides it, not only provides access to the river, but has a fairly big strip of land. You can walk along the river on a path, a real little gem there. And providing access to the river, by people who have kayaks or canoes and can bring them over. I don't have one, but I think it's a great idea. I'm disappointed that the Conservation Commission hasn't addressed this with a greater sense of urgency, knowing that we have our timing issues and town meeting is coming up. I want to go forward with it. It may be, as it says, as Chris, I think, said, that the design may need to be changed, but that doesn't mean it can't go forward. Does the Conservation Commission have the right to say, no, you can't do this project? Well, maybe that's what the town council is being asked to say. So anyway, I want to just say I'm very enthusiastic about the project. I hope we leave the money in. I hope the project goes forward.
okay. We have Artie Crocker wants to make another
I
comment.
would like to make a rebuttal.
Okay, so make it short.
I will make it short. I bet the Conservation Commission was slammed, making it sound like we're delaying this. It came before us. We requested more information, some changes. It hasn't, then we've been waiting. So, we're
Okay.
trying to talk about this. So anyway, that's my rebuttal.
That's fair enough. That's
yeah.
fair enough. Did Gene McKnight, and she impugned you at that point.
Yes.
May I add to Chris's comment? I should have done this before. One of the things that really went wrong is the town engineer passed away, and he was the primary champion of this project. And I know from working with the assistant engineer that he has just been like overwhelmed trying to pick up all the loose ends. It was very unexpected. And so there was a certain amount of act of God, strike of lightning thing going on here as well. It's not necessarily anybody's fault, one committee or another committee or the Parks and Rec or anything else. It just, unfortunately, that's what happened. And, we lost somebody prematurely, unfortunately, and here we are.
Well, thank you, Artie, for correcting me. I do apologize for speaking out without really knowing the facts. All right.
Okay. Rick Zimba.
Mr. Chair, thank you. I'm not going to use half-baked or baked. I'm going to use some of my Democratic friends' coined phrase of shovel-ready and not shovel-ready. I don't believe this is shovel-ready, and therefore I'm leaning towards, my committee is leaning towards postponing the decision on this until next year, seeing that it's already 10:48 on March 2nd. I would like to defer this subject matter to some future time certain.
Okay. Thank you. I didn't know that shovel ready was a blue expression.
I just haven't heard a red person use the term shovel ready. So
Can't say red person anymore.
oh, that's true. Yep.
Okay, so let's go on. So I think that I think that this is one of those circumstances where it's probably is given there's been a confluence of events here, some of them out of the control of Park and Rec that we're learning, and I don't sense. I think that it may very well be one of those projects that would come out. It would work out. It would come out better if we slowed the process down a little bit. So I feel like we're trying to get this done, and the pace is just not it's just not matching up with the process. So my instincts are to postpone the funding for a year, but perhaps that might change in the next couple of weeks, depending on what happens with Concom. But that's my instincts are similar to some of the other members as well. Okay. Okay. Now, any other last comments? No? Okay, so let's go on to our final application, FY 2023-11, construction of growing beds by Needham Community Farms. This is a request for, this is my, oh, Artie, do you want to take a stab at this? Or do you want me to carry the ball?
Well, this request was 150 growing beds at the Needham, I think it's 150 growing beds at the Needham Community Farm. My apologies, I don't remember the exact funding level right now, where the intent is to make it, I don't know if I'd say a victory garden is the right way of describing it, but it's make it for a combination of educational purposes and have residents of the town have the ability to go there and rent the beds, I believe is how it was. And that would offset some of the funding aspect of it. How much more than was that? I mean, okay, so they've gone to the town council, the select board, and they've gotten the inference that they will be able to extend their lease to the period which that might make us more amenable to approve the project. Because I know that was a sticking point of how long the lease would go for. So it seems like that'll come into line. Obviously, Joe Leghorn has been putting an awful lot of time into this. I don't know if we've gotten the quote pro forma yet, or the we've gotten that.
Yeah, so it's all been distributed. Okay, so
yeah, I don't remember right now. So anyway, that's the basic stance. My brain wasn't there, but go ahead.
all right, so just to fill in a little bit, I think that our major questions centered around kind of, there's a business plan kind of question, and then there was the how the kind of assurances about access to the property. So it looks we've seen a draft of an extension of the license. It's not a lease, a license to use the property for a 10-year period. I think that Joe Leghorn took, I think Gene McKnight's comments to heart and worked very hard is working very hard at trying to get the license in place for an extension of 10 years prior to town meeting. And it looks like that's going to happen. I've seen a draft of the extension of the license. And then the second question has to do with the business plan. And then I think that the third major question had to do with kind of related to that, but the kind of data-driven demand for the program. The business plan that Joe put together and that Needham Community Farms put together, you've seen it, and he's done kind of an honest job of showing that depending on how many beds are leased during what period of time, and whether the lease rates are $75 or $100 per bed, it's going to take some time to ramp up, but he's going to be suffering some losses for a period of years, but be able to basically turn that around beginning most optimistically in year 3, and then show some profit. So I would say what I took away from that was it's basically going to be a wash. Okay. But that's fine. They're not for profit. But we get to the next question of, okay, so what happens next? Because these beds are going to have to be replaced in 10 or 15 years. And he has put together a proposal for developing a reserve fund that would fund 50% of the replacement costs, with a commitment to do some fundraising to pay for the balance. So we're not being presented by, making a presentation where there's an expectation that he's going to turn around and come back to us in 10 years and ask us to replace the beds. There is a marketing plan, but the plan is basically we're going to get the word out. And so I know that I'm supposed to put my best foot forward on this, but there was one thing that I wanted to do in terms of due diligence that I haven't done yet, which was to find out on my own, kind of contact the Wellesley Community Farms in some way to find out how the kind of demand that they have in that town for those leased beds. Their leased beds are oversubscribed. There's a wait list. And Joe Leghorn is relying on that as kind of a linchpin for the demand that he says is out there for this. So in response to what is the data to support this program, it's, well, they're oversubscribed in Wellesley, and other people have asked me about it. So there's one actual data source in Wellesley, the next town over, but then there's anecdotal, and otherwise we just have an anecdotal source. And so that's kind of the big, in my mind, that's kind of the big question, which is we're funding, the whole Megillah, 150 beds, going from 0 to 150, and we're, I have, but to be frank with you, I have some concern about that. Now, all of that being said, if we look at the other factors, the Needham Community Farms addresses food insecurity. Gene and Reg, I don't know, you weren't to hear when Joe came and presented to us a couple of years ago and asked us for some money to deal with developing different techniques for growing beds and so. But I thought the data, and Rick and knows all of, Rick and kind of helped Joe in a way in making this presentation about the levels of food insecurity in our town and what we do to address that. It's definitely a different segment. This is really more of a community-based opportunity to participate in Needham Community Farms. Whatever is grown there is not necessarily in these leased beds, is not going to be going to address food insecurity issues in our town. It's a different program, but the institution itself stands for something that's quite significant in our town. And so I'm kind of, as you can see, I'm making my presentation and kind of hitting those subjective factors that I think that, we can use to address that. But I'm also trying to be an honest broker of my hesitations. So that's my presentation. And Rick, you have your hand up.
Yes, Peter, I do. It's not to ask a question of you other than, could we go in reverse alphabetical order, because I need to step away for a moment.
Sure. So, I mean, right now, so meaning you want to talk about, okay, so we'll go do the sense of the committee.
Yes.
Okay, good. We'll start with you, Rick.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I have an urgent need.
Okay.
Can we, I've read through all the stuff. I've looked at the business plan. Joe's a great guy, makes a nice pitch, typical blue jeans type person who I really can relate to. Having said all that, I'm not all that impressed with his business plan. I wouldn't be funding it if I was an investor. As a keeper of the town funds, I could move forward with the project, but at some much more substantially reduced rate, and have this business plan implemented over more than just 1 year at 150 beds in the first year. I'd like to, the only piece of information I'd have to help determine what level of funding it would be is to what would be the increased cost if he had to split this into 3 50-bed additions. How much additional incremental cost would that be? And then that would maybe avoid some of the early business plan losses that he's promoted. So
I can answer that. So I addressed that with him. And so he doesn't have any bids to show that. He did get a very aggressive bid from the one vendor that was going to supply the beds and the mulch. And it was aggressive, and he probably got a discount of some sort for delivering 150 as opposed to 50. The fixed cost, that we have to address, and I'll ask him to parse this out, The fixed cost that we have to address is the access path. So he needs to build an access path to make this accessible, handicap accessible. All right. So I don't know the cost of that, but that's going to be built into the, if you say, let's do it at 50, 50, 50, right? For
Yep.
example. Okay. Then there's going to be a cost of that path. And that's going to have to be built into the first 50. I just don't know the cost of it. But we
Yeah,
can work that out.
that's fine. I'm reluctant to, give them the full 200,000 initially. That's all. I mean, we're going in scale from, a couple grand to a couple $100,000. And I don't have the faith in this process of the project, in spite of the good the good ideas and the good intentions.
Yes.
I'm not trying to say that they can't do it. I just say, on a risk benefit basis, I'm a little concerned about the level of risk of the $200,000. Small dollars, but it's still our town's money.
Okay. Thank you. All right. So let's go to Gene McKnight.
Point of information.
Yep.
Yes.
Yes. How many existing beds are there?
So there are, one way of framing that is there are 0 leased beds right now. There are beds that are part of the programming, the educational programming. There are beds that are part of SNAP and the total number now maybe 50. I'm not certain. Oh, wait a minute. No, I've got that right. I think it's about, we did it in, what we ended up doing was doing in the number of linear feet of growing area. And I think it's about equal to 150. I think it's something like that. But I did it via Google Earth and counted the beds from Google Earth, and it counted 150. So let's accept that as the number. I think you should. I think so. I think it's about a doubling, but remember, it's a different. I'll continue my comments when it's my turn. But before Gene went, given Rick's comment about scaling, I just wanted to know what the baseline is here. Okay. All right. So, but I just want to remind you, this is a different enterprise. This is, and I'm going to make a comment about that as well. Okay, good. Gene McKnight.
Yes, the Needham Community Farm has been operating in Needham for several decades and seems to be a well-run organization with dedicated volunteer management. And so I have confidence that they will carry out this project. I guess Rick thought, well, can't they do it in stages, or shouldn't they start small? But I think that one factor that I think might not work for that, besides the cost of putting in the path, is they say it will be staffed by the production manager. And I wonder if there's a scale involved. If you're really going to do a good job of managing this program, doesn't the program have to be of a certain size? So I was impressed with the business plan, but I defer to Rick. I mean, what do I know about finance, really? So I've been generally in favor of the project, though, and so I'll just leave it at that.
Okay, good. All right, so now we are going to Reg Foster. So building off what Gene said, and also just Rick here, I think I have the same sort of concern that Rick started off with here. And Gene, to your point, if you look at their latest business plan, they are planning to scale it up, 50 in the first year, 100 in the second year, 150 in the third year. So whatever the staffing they've already sort of thinking about somehow ramps up, from lesser amount of time to more time, that's sort of built in. So I'm not too concerned about the point you made.
But back to Rick, I actually came to the exact same conclusion without even talking to him, in that, again, I think we all agree this is a great thing we have in the community, a great resource, great things have been done up until now. But, 150, if I was funding a business, and it has nothing to do with whether we have less talented or more talented individuals. If you just assume that you have very talented individuals running this thing, doubling a business, is a big deal. It's much more realistic to think about trying to grow it a third in a given year. And then if you layer in Peter's point, which is this is not just the same business they were doing before, this is getting into a new area of business, and things go wrong. And I'm kind of, my sense is, again, funding this in tranches, and maybe the first tranche has more money because you need to build certain kind of infrastructure like the handicapped access up front, but then say, okay, go show us, that at the 50 level, it's working and you're leasing it all out, and all the assumptions that are being made about if you build it, they will come, that proves out. And then we can always fund it for another 50 next year. And so I'm generally in favor of this, but maybe at a sort of scaled down pace over the next 2 or 3 years. That's my sense.
Thank you. So now we're going to go to Bob Dermody. Sorry, Chris Kersel.
Oh, you like missing me. I have nothing but respect for anybody and everybody that is on this board and the people that have come before me, but maybe it's just me, but I'm looking this as that we're way overthinking this. Like when I think of a farm that has a business plan, I'm thinking of Volantes, Cavecchios, Lookout Farm, like big major farming places that my lights just went out, sorry. That they're the ones that you have a business plan. I mean, we're looking at a small community farm that does so much good. And now, mind you, Rick, you brought up a great point. We do have the responsibility of spending the money, and it's our job to do the due diligence. It's just, I'm looking at it as it's been a great project every single time they've come back, and they've come back for more because they've just gotten better. And I just think that I'm full support for something like this, and I wanted to see it grow as much as it can.
Okay. So now let's see, Bob Dermody.
I'm in support of the project. Appreciate some of the concerns raised by some of our colleagues here. So I would be comfortable funding it at a lower rate than the request. And I wouldn't mind, in my own opinion, telling them that we want to work with you going forward. But right now, this is what we can offer given the demand we have on our requests this year.
Okay. Joe Barnes.
Artie Crocker.
Sorry, Artie Crocker.
Yes, so I mean, certainly generally in favor, without question about that. I mean, my concern is, I mean, certainly we have to look at this to some degree like it is in fact a business, because it is. I mean, they have to raise money, they have to spend money, that's what's going on. So to that degree, we have to be concerned about, if we are giving them money, how is it going to mean? Is it going to be useful? Is it going to are they going to be able to sustain the fact that we paid them this money, they built the beds? Can it be sustained? Is it money well spent? To that degree, it is worth looking at. To the degree, are they making this big profit off of it? No, certainly not to that degree, but I don't think any of us are necessarily saying that. My concern has always been to really, actually, are they charging enough for the rental of the beds? As far as what we're putting money, what we're putting into it, what they're getting back. So that's always been really my concern, is that I'm not concerned if you build it, they will come. One thing I really like about this is that it's in an area of town. It's in this beautiful area of town, not the Nike say per se by itself, that land, but it's in a beautiful area of town where it gets people out there, it gets people engaged in the earth. and it has an incredible amount of benefits to it. Now, granted, it's not 3,000 people, 2,000 people, 1,500, but it has an incredible benefit to it. So there's an awful lot of good things to come to this. I guess I would just like to make sure that they're charging enough. That's always been my concern. Are they charging enough? Not are they really making this big profit out of everything? Just are they charging enough? That's all.
So wait, are you a yes? And the question is, are they charging enough? Artie, you froze. Or can everyone, can people see Artie?
He is
Yeah, he's
frozen.
frozen,
I think he just.
even though
went
he's
to
in the
sleep.
hot sun.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, we will, oh, there he is.
Hey.
You back with
I'm
us?
here. I'm here.
Okay,
Okay. Anyway, Peter, you were asking me about a question.
so is it a yes? You know,
Yeah. No, that was a yes.
are you a yes?
I'm a yes, because my concern is how much it'll cost. A lot more money if it's done in stages. And I'm not concerned about if they build it, they will come, because I believe they will come. So I'm a yes.
Okay. All right, so that leaves me, right? Okay, so
You got Joe Bonds.
oh, sorry, gosh,
It's late.
I'm really sorry. Okay, I usually have my crib,
Oh my
crib
God.
sheet in front of me and I don't have the benefit of it.
Stephen Colbert is almost on. We have to end.
Okay, go ahead, Joe Barnes.
I would agree with those that have said this is a great community initiative. It does bring people together. To your point, Peter, it appears as though at best this project down the road is going to be a wash and may in fact lose money. So I think whether we follow with what Artie's saying of charging more or looking forward to making some sort of a profit to handle some of the replacement costs that those beds are going to be incurring down the road. So I guess taking a smaller step, maybe going 50 and then 50, but not the whole 150. It doesn't sound as though that's a way to go where he can make a profit or he can do it correctly so that it can be sustained over a period of time. So I'm in favor, but scaling the project back.
Okay. So that leaves me, and I am in favor of the project. But I do have a lot of I have concerns, not even around the issue of whether or not he should or should not be turning a profit. I just think scaling up to 150 beds, and basically doubling the amount of beds and actually just going into an entirely new business. That's a big bite, especially when you're largely relying on some volunteer help. So I would, I'm glad that the committee is supportive. I am supportive. And I guess I'm supportive with the idea that we should be funding this, in tranches, with the understanding that the first one is going to be more expensive than the other two. But work with him. No guarantees that we're going to be funding the additional tranches, but we should let's fund it and get the business, the program going. Let's get it rolling, and let's see if there is interest there, and let's see if the community farms, with a combination of its paid staff and volunteer staff, can manage this new business. And if yes, then we're here and we're available to work with them and further fund additional beds. So that would be kind of my sense of it. I don't know if I feel a little awkward because I am the liaison, but saying that I'm in support of it. I think that it should be funded along in scaled, in measured amounts. Okay. Hand up by Bob Dermy.
Good night, all.
You going?
I have to. I'm sorry. It's 11:13 p.m. That's 4 hours and 13 minutes. I have grading to do.
Okay. I'm sorry, Bob.
Gotta go.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. So what?
Give them all an A.
Okay. So now we're in a war of attrition. So what else do we need? I don't know that we need. I've accomplished probably all that I need to do for the select board. and kind of have a pretty good sense of where we're going, I think, for Dave Davidson, right? Because we wanted a kind of a range, and we'll deal with that. Kristen, you have your hand up.
I do. With the plan, with the public hearing and the documents that we're going, I think as long as everyone's comfortable with the information that's been shared about the projects tonight, I have enough to work with to prepare this document and get it going, and then work with you about the blurb. It's the only thing that I had pending that is necessary for tonight so that we can get that out for tomorrow. But we can maybe take it offline for 2 minutes after the meeting, Peter, if you want.
You and me. Okay, good.
Yeah.
All right. So, but I'm turning. All right. So hold on. Let me just wrap it up with Rick. Rick, I think we have enough to work with Dave Davidson. What do you think?
Yes,
We also
Yeah,
have next week. But wait a minute. Here's the other thing. We bit off a lot tonight. Okay. We have next week.
yeah, we have Dave Davidson on Monday.
I understand that, but I'm saying we can get a lot of input back from. We can get a lot of. We can be a little more productive. We have enough to go into Dave and talk to him about some things.
Yes, I might have to follow up with Reg, but yes.
Okay. Does everyone feel comfortable? And then what we're going to do is we'll report out to you. Next meeting, I promise, will be a lot shorter. Okay. I think the public hearing is going to be long, so just bear that in mind. I don't want to cut people off, okay. Okay, so all right, so now Kristen, I'll talk to you offline, but then we're going to adjourn. Okay.
Yeah, push minutes till next meeting, talk about public hearing next meeting in more detail.
We're going to deal. Okay, so we're going to prep for a public hearing our next meeting. We'll deal with the minutes at our next meeting. We'll talk a little bit more about our meeting that I'll report out on the select board meeting, and we'll make some assumptions about Dave Davidson, but we're open. Okay. We want feedback from the committee. We'll get it back from you. Okay. All right.
And Kristen, I have some non-substantive changes to the minutes to share, and I'll email them to you.
Sounds good. Yeah, I'll make the corrections for next week.
Okay, great.
All right. Does everyone feel comfortable with that plan?
One question.
Sure.
Having been the newbie here. It seems to me those people who are responsible for creating presentations for the public hearing should not wait until next Wednesday to start thinking about what those are. And I don't know what you did last year, the last few years here, but there's only sort of 1 week of presentation prep time left to go before the public meeting.
So what we've done in the past is at the public hearing, we rely on the proponent to make the presentation. So it's an easy lift for the committee members.
Mm-hmm.
But what you need to do, so not for, you're going to make your presentation.
Unless you're right.
Okay.
Four of them. Yes. Right.
You'll make all 4 of them. So Joe, I'll work with Joe Leghorn on the Needham Community Farms presentation, but he's going to be making that presentation. And then the roles flip. It's a little weird, but the roles then flip when we go, or change, if you will, when we go before town meeting.
So I'd like to get some advice. We don't have to do it tonight on, length, how long.
We're going to talk about that. All right. Yeah, I'll talk.
I'd like to start working on the presentations, not next Thursday, in other words.
No, because we'd like to talk. I want to talk a little bit about it at our next meeting, which is next Wednesday.
Right.
Okay. So for everyone else, you got to be in touch with your with the proponents and have them ready for the.
I'll talk to you tomorrow. All right.
Okay. You're
Reg.
Yep. Thank you. And one more thing.
Yeah, sure.
It just seems to me coming out of that community farm discussion we just had, and it may be obvious, but maybe I missed you saying this, but seems like we need to get a plan B proposal of a 50 bed.
I got that. Yeah, I'm going to talk to him.
Good. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I get, message received.
Not said.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. All right. So now we're going to move to adjourn. Can I have a motion to adjourn? Chris Gersel, want to make that?
Motion to adjourn.
Because you might as well. And I'm sure you're in favor of it, Chris, right?
Oh,
Uh,
100%.
Okay. And Gene
Can
McKnight,
we
second.
have, Peter, can we have a discussion about this first, about adjourning before we make the vote? Can we discuss it first, please?
Oh.
I'm kidding.
I make motion to amend and do it by voice vote.
It's almost tomorrow.
Okay, good. All right. So let's go in random order here. Chris Gersel.
Yes.
All right. Gene McKnight,
Yes.
Rick Zimbo,
Yes.
Joe Barnes,
Yes.
Reg Foster,
Yes, definitely.
Artie Crocker,
Yes.
and the chair votes yes. Okay, good night, and thank you so much.
Good night, Kristen. Thank you again. I'll
Thank you,
Yeah,
Kristen.
thanks, Kristen.
really appreciate you hanging
Bye,
in.
gang.
Hey, I'm here for you.
Thank you.
And why'd you leave Park and Rec?